always have a preview, to be honest. So, well, actually, I might not even need to go to WWE. Or do I go to WWE? It says, announced Ricky Saints against Lexis King for the North American Championship. Hank and Tank taking on Briggs and Inamura for the Tag Championship. Iyo Sky is going to appear. Tony against Stax. Going to go face-to-face in the ring. So, there we go. Tony against Stax. Face-to-face in the ring. So, that's going to be really fun, actually. Iyo Sky on the show. The Tony Stax thing. Couple of championship matches. Looks like we're doing not too bad, you know. Looks like we're going to be eating quite well coming out of WrestleMania week. Obviously, last week, crowd were a little bit subdued. Totally understandable. I think burnt out from WrestleMania. I actually was watching some Wrestling Observer live, and they were saying that they knew a few people that were there, and they were shattered. They were absolutely shattered. So I think there was like a burnt out crowd last week. We know that WWE are going to look at maybe not doing the NXT after WrestleMania in the same location as WrestleMania going forwards. So last week was fine. We just got a little bit out of WrestleMania, a little bit more out of WrestleMania, but it's good to see that we're still carrying on with a very strong offering this week too. There's no windows or anything here, so I never get any like sunlight coming in. This is a very cool room. Even in the summer, it's always a cool room, but at this time, it's you know, the temperature plummets. So yeah, it has been very hot in the UK today, but not at 8 minutes past 11 at night. So no, to be honest, I only wear it because I just wake up, splash some water on my face, brush my teeth, and off to work we go, you know, just like the dwarves that got replaced in the Snow White movie. It's hi-ho, off to work I go, and that involves just popping a little hat on, and that's me done. So that's the only reason why I wear it. Laziness is the word. Laziness. Kian said, I'm here for a bit. I need to have a shower, and I need to get to bed, because I have to be up early in the morning. Kian, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. AB Jobson making a campaign to go into the Hall of Fame. We will be doing that this week. Yes. We will be doing that this week. Mr. Cardinal says, hello, people. The most ignored man in this chat has arrived. Mr. Cardinal, that can't be you. You live very close to my heart, so it can't be you. James said sausage, bacon, egg, hash brown, mushrooms, tomatoes. Yummy. That's what James said. That's what James is bringing to the table. The word yummy. Which is actually a very bad swear word. A lot of people might not know that, but if you know your swear word, you'll know that that is actually next level. Next level swear word there from James. Triple A, shout out to you. Let's have a look and see what's being said. Let's get stuck into some meaty comments.
AA. Daze, I want to know your thoughts. Who did you think Cena will face in each PV throughout the year, and which PPV do you think he will lose, and to whom?
Yeah, it's hard to say because honestly, I don't know that he's going to be at every pay-per-view. I think with him having 30-odd dates left to go, you're obviously going to use a few of those in the build for SummerSlam. You're going to use a few of those in the build for Survivor Series. I'm thinking it's in Saudi Arabia. And of course, he's going to need to be at his final event as well. I don't know that he makes every pay-per-view. He could do. If he does, we would be looking at, roughly one a month? I mean, December doesn't have one, but it does have a Saturday night's main event. It obviously won't be at Evolution, right? But that hasn't even been announced yet. Rumours for that is early July. That's the all-women's pay-per-view, but I would imagine they're still going to be doing other pay-per-views, right? So let's say it's roughly one a month. So that would be May, June, July, August, September, October, November. That is still 8 pay-per-views, even if you just do like a couple of shows building up to them, that would be all your dates. Maybe he will. Maybe he will. So should we work on the premise that he's going to have 8 more matches? Because unfortunately, one of those matches is rumored to be a tag match. One of those matches is rumored to be him and Travis Scott. One of those matches is obviously Randy Orton. So that only takes us down to 6 matches, if that is what we're messing with, right? So if we're saying that he's going to do all the pay-per-views that are left, which would be 8, tag match is going to be 1, unfortunately. It's rumoured. The Randy Orton match is going to be 1. That means we need to find 6 opponents. Now, I think that Cody will unfortunately be 1. And I say unfortunately because I don't really want that. I am a Cody fan, and I did want Cody to win, but I'm going to say unfortunately because I think if we've only got so many matches left, you don't really want to repeat kind of what you're doing, right? You don't really want to repeat yourself. And we've already done Cody at WrestleMania. But the reason why I say I think they'll do Cody again is because I can't see John beating Cody and retiring and not giving him the win back. Like, they're good friends. And actually, I could see Cody being the one that gets the belt back from John. A lot of people want to know who's going to get the belt from John. I think it'll be Cody. Because I think Cody is, he did a big thing for John at WrestleMania. He put him over in John's last WrestleMania. I don't believe, and I could be completely wrong, but I don't believe John Cena, who I think would have been willing to have come in and lost a load of matches this year. I think he just wants to put a bow on his career. Don't forget, John, the person, is still the guy that did the most Make-A-Wishes ever. This is not a horrible person, right? So, and he is good friends with Cody. I think he's going to want to give Cody his win back. I think he's going to want to give Cody the belt back. He's going to want Cody to have that big dub over Cena. And if that was Cena's last match, then I could see it. The only problem is, if the last match is in Boston, Boston ain't booing Cody. Boston ain't booing Cody. Even if John's going to go off on Boston and say they're rubbish and he left, you're not going to get Boston to boo Cena, And so that's going to make things very difficult. But however they plan it, I would imagine Cody will be one of those people that will get his revenge. It could be that they get the belt off Cena 1 match before the final match, and then the final match could be against someone different. Perhaps they won't put it all into the same basket. Perhaps they're going to put the, I don't know if you can book it to be in a very pro-Cody place. I don't know if you can book it to be in, like Florida or something like that. But wherever you can do it, you need a very pro-Cody crowd, and then change the title there. So anyway, Cody. Jey Uso is going to be one. I'm pretty confident about that. I think Jey gets past Logan. I think that that could be at Crown Jewel, where we have the champions clash. And it could be that we actually get, the World Heavyweight Champ against the WWE Champion. So I'm thinking Jey Uso is definitely going to be one. Can't see any way that you don't do CM Punk. I would even pencil that in for maybe pencil it in for maybe a SummerSlam or something like that. CM Punk, I think, would be, in my mind, would make a lot of sense. That gives us 3 spots. And honestly, I think we're just looking at pretty big names. It's hard to fit in a Trick Williams or someone like that, someone that's not even on the main roster yet. He might want to put over a young talent, but I don't think he's going to face Braun or Seth, because both of those are heels. I think he's going to be very focused on... He could face Braun, I suppose, in his final match, couldn't he? If he drops the title to Cody in the second from last match, he could face someone like Braun Breaker, who they seem to be positioning as the future of the company. They could do him in the last match. I'll put Braun down, because maybe there's a chance he turns face for that final match to kind of take on Bron Breakker and make Bron Breakker a bigger star. I think he'll lose to him, but maybe he'll put him over. I'll put Bron down, but I'm not massively confident about it, because really, in order to successfully do this, you've got to completely book Cena's final year, and that's, you know what I mean? That's a bit too big to sit here just off the cuff and try and do. But I'll go Bron Breakker, because I do feel like they're going to want to try and put him over. You need a couple of faces. I do wonder about AJ Styles. I mean, AJ Styles had an amazing feud with John. You know that he's capable of fantastic matches. So, you know, AJ Styles is probably in the running. I think he's got a good chance. I don't think Sami Zayn, even though Sami Zayn is, you know, a babyface that I love. I don't think Rey Mysterio. But yeah, I think that AJ Styles stands a chance because he's so good in the ring. And the matches they had, I think, are amongst some of John Cena's best ever matches, honestly. So I think that if you could find a way of actually, I mean, that would just be a banging match. I wouldn't expect the title to change hands, but it would just be a banging match. So yeah, I'd go with that. A lot of people would want to go with like an Uncle Howdy. I kind of struggle with that. I struggle to see them doing that. I think that you'd have to build a big story around that. I don't think that's the direction we would go, to be honest. So I wouldn't expect Uncle Howdy. There's lots of names that you can choose from, like, you know, Shinsuke, and people along those kind of lines. Finn Balor, you know, Dominic Mysterio, people of that kind of caliber. You could even bring back some legends. You got The Miz. There's people like that you could go with. But I still think that it needs to be like a really big, kind of exciting name. And I don't know if you don't just go Roman Reigns, which is really disappointing, I know. And it's a match that we've seen. But when we saw it, John was the face and Roman was the heel. And, I mean, I think it's just about giving John the biggest final year possible. So it's hard to not have him on the list, isn't it? It's hard to not have him on the list. I mean, you could go The Rock, but obviously we would need a big breakdown in that relationship. So maybe you could pencil The Rock in, but I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not convinced that's going to happen. So this is what I've got written down. There's 8 pay-per-views left to go. Tag match with him and Travis Scott against apparently Bad Bunny and maybe Cody. Then I think Cody as a singles match. We know we've got the Randy match coming up. Jey Uso, CM Punk, AJ Styles, Roman Reigns, and maybe we end the year in a very pro John Cena Boston crowd with his final match being a passing of the torch where he loses as a face to Bron Breakker and puts Bron Breakker over. So maybe we do something like that. It would, you know, you could probably turn him face a little earlier than that, and maybe you could get Jacob in as well. So you could maybe sacrifice the AJ Styles match and have him turn face 2 matches from the end. That means he then has to face 2 heels, and then he could face Jacob and Bron. I think Seth is obviously an option as well, if you can get Seth in there. But yeah, these are the kind of names that we're talking about, and we're probably going to run out of time, aren't we, before we can really get through everybody. But I'm sure they've got a plan. I'm sure they've got an idea as to what it is they want to try and achieve and who they want to face. I do think that people are going to miss out, though. He's only got so many appearances. And you know, even if each match has just a couple of appearances to build for the match, you pretty much use up your dates. You know, I think he said he had, 29, 28 dates left to go. If there's 8 matches and then you do 2 appearances as well, that takes you to like 24. So, I mean, you really are kind of running out of room, you know.
James Chadwick. Daze WrestleNomics Raw after Mania, 3.6 million global views.
That's good. It's good to see an increase. They kind of feels like they need it. Good.
Wayne Clark. What's to say Cody turns heel on Cena to win back the title, and maybe Cena's last match could be AJ Styles versus Cena?
Could be AJ. I think AJ's in the conversation. AJ, I think, is someone that would likely miss out if there was just another idea they wanted. Cody turning heel, they could do. I mean, certainly after the reaction he got around WrestleMania, I personally wouldn't go that way, but then I wouldn't have turned John heel in the first place. But I understand why they did it. I understand why they turned John. It's his last year. They wanted another real chapter in the story, rather than him going around waving, saying thanks for all the support, and that wearing a little thin. They've actually done something that sparked a conversation, and whether you love it, hate it, you're indifferent to it, it's definitely got people talking. It's definitely provided, you can't tell the story of John Cena without talking about the heel turn, or him winning 17. I mean, they are giving us big, big moments this year in John's final year. And whether it worked, hasn't worked, whatever, I think, well, at the very least, I understand why they're doing it. I understand, right? It's not that it doesn't make any sense. I get it. I personally wouldn't have done it, but that is personal preference. Many of you would. Many of you wouldn't. It's another one of those where wrestling fans aren't going to agree. But I think that they've got plenty of options. There's plenty of people that he can face, I mean, we are actually in a position where a lot of the big names are faces. Seth, at the moment, is not quite heel. He's sort of there, but is still sort of kind of in between. Like, he was pleading with Sammy to take the deal because he didn't want to, bad things to happen. And of course, Sammy didn't, and so bad things happened. Seth can always say, I really tried. At the moment, he's not totally gone. He's turning, he's in that process. We saw him curb stomp Sammy, but at the moment, he's still tweener, I would say, but he's on the way to heel. Roman's a face. Punk's a face. AJ Styles is a face. Randy Orton's a face. So a lot of the big names that you'd expect John to face are faces at the moment. And so, again, I get it. I understand. But, yeah, you could turn Cody heel, but I don't know. I'm not really looking for that. I don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think that the creative for Cody was not very good. I think that Cody as well has got his fans. So even though it's people had sort of turned on him at WrestleMania, that was a very unique situation where Cody was going up against a retiring John Cena. I mean, that was John Cena's final WrestleMania performance. It's going to be really hard for people to go to that show and boo him. And not only that, it's Cena trying to break a record. If you go to that show, do you want to see history being made, or do you want to see history not being made? I mean, you want to see history being made, don't you? You've paid all that money. You want to say that you was there when John Cena got number 17. I understand that. I understand that. I am not bemused by the reaction of the live crowds. I don't find myself scratching my head like, oh my God, why is it there with Cena when he's been so nasty to them? I get it. I understand the psyche. I understand that there are kids that worship Cena that have grown up and are now adults, and they are never going to turn their back on him. He is their hero. And this is his last year. That was his last WrestleMania. He was trying to make history. They wanted to witness history. There's a lot, actually, that's got nothing to do with Cody. I do think you can point at Cody and say his creative had gone stale. It wasn't good enough. He was a bit too white meat babyface. Needed a little bit more of an edge to him. People wanted a little bit more attitude. You can definitely point the finger at that. But I don't think we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, is my new favourite saying. We don't need to do that, because I still think there's a babyface that works there. don't think we need the heel turn. I think we just need to tweak the character and make it a little bit more palatable for people. By and large, he's been getting great reactions. I mean, it's not like he's been getting booed out the building. There's been plenty of support for Cody. It's just really as we got closer to WrestleMania, and certainly WrestleMania itself and the Friday before, when it was a very smart crowd, that's where it really went to a different level. Before that, there wasn't any real sign of people turning their back on Cody. A dueling chance. But, I think that's pretty good, to be honest. That shows how popular he was. If he can have the crowd split with a John Cena that's retiring, I actually think that's a positive for Cody. So, you could do it. I wouldn't do it, but many people would. And maybe WWE will as well. Maybe WWE will. Nightmare said, I've got a better idea. How about Logan beats Jay for the title, then beats Cena, and we get Logan 2 belts, says Nightmare. Nightmare, let me know when you've that good idea that you just mentioned. It's weird, because you said you had a good idea, and then you listed like a nightmare scenario. So let me know when you have that good idea. Ping it in the chat, buds. Here's Kader.
Kader Finley. Bronny, yeah, that's been a problem for a long time. But nowadays, it's the cool thing to do, which is cheer the heels. Aubrey from the Island of Relevancy. I find myself scratching my head as to why Rock wasn't at Mania when he was whole entire thread holding the Cena heel turn together.
I mean, I feel like everything that needs to be said on that has been said. I love talking these hours before. I mean, we do cover a lot of the same themes. And like that one is one that we've touched on a lot. I think we're all scratching our head on it. But if we believe what The Rock said, was that he believed that the angle had been completed. They had turned John heel, which was what they were trying to do. And that was it. John had sold his soul to The Rock. And that was it. So now, here you go. Here's heel John. And in Rock's mind, according to that interview, it was job done. Now, obviously, the speculation that, well, no one would be that stupid to think that that was job done. So clearly there's something else that's happening here, right? That's the theory. And people have obviously pointed out to a few things about The Rock being critical of the creative. That tweet or that message to Dave LaGreca, where it's like, I love the passion, but listen, why don't you come and share your frustrations with us? Come and in the meeting with me, Cena, Cody, Bryan, and the rest. And people have gone, sorry, Paul Levesque, Triple H, where's his mention? Is he in with and the rest? Because, I mean, look, it could mean nothing, but it is weird. I think we can all agree that is strange that the guy in charge of the creative, the overall creative, the guy in charge, the guy that's in that Vince McMahon position was not named by The Rock in that response to Dave LaGreca. I don't care what people say. You can say it means nothing. That is absolutely fine. But you have to agree that that is strange. It might not mean anything. He might have forgot. I don't know. But it's strange. Come in the meeting with me, Bryan, who's his personal writer, Cody and Cena, and the rest. And there was no mention of Triple H. Paul. There was no mention of Paul. No mention of Triple H. The guy that is in charge of creative. That is his job. Chief Content Officer. So people have looked at that. They've looked at the criticisms of the creative that he had on in that interview with Pat. And, you know, people are like, something's just not right. Something doesn't feel right. Like, was there a falling out? Did Triple H have a word with him and say, you're getting involved and you're messing up the plans? And Sir Rock was like, well, I'll step away then. I'll step away. I won't do that. And so that was it. And so we didn't get him at WrestleMania. Did that happen? We just don't know. We don't know. He's come out and said it was his idea. I didn't feel I needed to be there. But is that just covering, some, like, I agree with you. It is so strange. And The Rock has taken a lot of heat on it as a result. People are just adamant there's more to this story. And there really could be. There might not be. It might be that The Rock genuinely thinks that. But there really could be more to this story. But either way, people have said to me, why do we keep talking about this? And it's like, well, because it could mean bigger things. We're not just talking about WrestleMania, are we? If there is a falling out between Triple H and The Rock, and WrestleMania was a result of that, how do we know that won't show itself at SummerSlam? How do we know that this is not going to derail the big plans of the summer and the rest of the year? Or how do we know it doesn't affect WrestleMania 42? Like, how big, if this is a problem, how big of a problem is it? And so I don't think it's unfair to ask those questions. I don't think those questions are bad questions to ask. I understand you don't want to keep asking them and people are tired of, the same conversations. I understand that. And, we will not go back to this again and again and again. But that's why it's been so extensively covered. Because any little news that comes through, any little tidbit that comes through that can give us an insight into what's actually going on is obviously very, very interesting. We haven't had anything for a while, though. So we'll have to wait and see if any other news kind of comes through. Triple A. Let's have a look, see what we've got.
IA. I would want Drew to defeat Cena. Drew deserves the most. I even heard rumours of him moving to main event scene. He even mentioned on SmackDown, Drew deserves a title. I don't know if it's Jay or Cena.
Well, at the moment he's on SmackDown, but we do have a draft that's coming up. I would think it would be the Jay one, to be honest with you. Drew is a little bit heelish, isn't he? Really, he's just done a feud with Damian. Damian is the face. Drew is the guy that speaks sense, tell me when I'm telling lies type situation. But I think here the way that he looks at stuff is quite self-centered. I think like when Jay came over, everyone else forgave Jay. There was some forgiveness there, and Drew was like, no, I don't forgive him. And that's fine if you don't want to forgive him, but then he started attacking him as well. For me, there's lines that get crossed by people, and I think those lines tend to be when they start physically attacking people. So, if you don't want to forgive Jay, I can understand that. Jay cost Drew a lot when Jay was in the bloodline. Get that, understand that. But for him to then start attacking him was a line crossed. And I made that point the other day about Kevin was upset with Cody and said to Cody, like, I can't believe you teamed with Roman. I can't believe you'd do that to me. And he was upset with him. Well, most friends would probably not talk to each other after that. Most friends would fall out. Hopefully, they'd get back in touch and find a way forward, whatever. I don't think you're going to get too many friends that are going to physically attack each other. And that's what Kevin did. Kevin did that after the pay-per-view. He attacked Cody. And so for me, that was the line that Drew crossed. That was the line that Kevin crossed. But we've all got different moral compasses, really. And so some people are like, no, I would attack him because I can't believe my friend would do that to me. So for some people, they don't view that as a line cross. They still view it as acceptable, right? And so as a result, this is where the waters are very muddy. This is where the modern heels, they run the risk of getting cheers because we do all have slightly different moral compasses. It's not that we all live our lives to the same, code. And so I sort of feel, or maybe, people don't watch everything. Some people don't watch every single second of WWE, but they still go online and comment about their thoughts, right? And some people are young. You have to remember when you're on social media, you never know the average age of the person you're talking to or responding to. And I forget that all the time. All the time. There's people all the time that, have not been watching wrestling very long, or they just watch it in and out and, you know, they just want to, you know, send in a thought, or they're young, or who knows, yeah? I mean, you just never know who you're talking to online. And so, you know, you see some pretty wild takes online. You see some pretty wacky stuff. Some of that might be from people that watch every second of every show and that is just what they believe. Some of it might be from kids. Some of it might be from people that are young or whatever it is. So, yeah, people have got different thoughts, different opinions on stuff. And you just never, as you said, everyone's got different moral compasses on top of that. So even if you do watch it, well, some people just love Kevin. Some people just love Drew. And they can do no wrong. Just like Cena can do no wrong in certain people's eyes. And that's fine. I understand that. I'm not down on that. I understand that. So it's one of those whereby the whole modern heel thing is very messy. It was kind of better back in the day where, you know, everyone was against the heels. The whole kind of cheering of heels thing. It's not like... I think if people are doing that because it's just the cool thing to do or whatever, I've seen that theory, then I don't know. I think it's a bit... It's not helping the product, I would say. But I do think that this is something that's happened a lot as well. The heels would get cheered. Do you know, I remember the old Raw after Manias. And do you remember Michael Cole used to refer to it as like Bizarro Worlds? He's like, this is the craziest show of the year. You're gonna hear the good guys getting booed. You're gonna hear the bad guys being cheered. Everything gets flipped around. This crowd is just here for a great time. And he would actually have a disclaimer at the start of the show. It's kind of for the casual fans. Like, if you are tuning in and you don't normally watch kind of a thing, just know this is going to be a crazy show. The fans are here to have a good time. Some of your favourites might get booed. And there was times where he did put that disclaimer at the start. Because I think fans have always been a little disruptive. And to be honest, if you're cool and you're a heel, you're probably going to be over with the crowd. If you are someone that does good work as a heel, the smart fans will cheer you. The smart fans will cheer you because they appreciate the work you do. And so, you know, if you go to the average town where there's kids and casual fans, they're not really thinking that way. But if you know, get a WrestleMania crowd, they will think that way. And so, you know, there's lots of, I think the psychology of wrestling fans and of how they react and why they react, I think is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. That Dr. Chris Featherstone that said that Drew was going to win the Rumble, the Elimination Chamber, and then like everyone, you know, blasted him. He's kind of stepped away from doing news so much now as a result of that. But he's actually, I think, a psychiatrist. That's why he's a doctor. And so I've seen the content he does now. And what he does now is a lot of like, do you want me to kind of break down why people do this and why people do that? I've never actually watched one of those videos of his. But if he was to kind of get into the psyche as to why fans react the way they react, I think that would be fascinating. I think a lot of fans would find that very informative. And to be honest with you, I don't think there is just one answer. I think there is like a whole swirl of answers. It's a real melting pot as to why people do and cheer and boo and react the way they react. Everyone's in their own little world in a way, with their own beliefs, you know, decoding what they see. And I think there's, you know, some people just love Cena, for Cena as an example. Some people are just overawed by his star power. He's a massive star. Some people, you know, it's his final year. Some people want him to win 17. Some people can't stand Cody. For some people, it's nothing to do with Cena. They just don't like Cody. So if I've got to choose, I'll choose Cena. Some people, as I said, are diehard Cena fans and have been their whole life. I don't think there is just one reason. I think there is this plethora of reasons why people do what they do. And then it shows itself with the crowd chants. And, yeah, I mean, breaking all that down and getting into conversation about that, we could be here forever on that. But I find that stuff very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Tom said Triple H might be in charge of creative, but TKO and The Rock are 100% sticking their noses in. Could be right.
Mateo Squadbusters. Hey Daze, what are the predictions? Got a stacked card tonight with Iyo and Jordine versus Roxanne and Giulia, Hank and Tank versus Josh Briggs and Inamura, the family segment, Joe Hendry and Ricky versus Lexis.
I find the Joe Hendry thing weird. I mean, you know me, I'm not a massive Joe Hendry fan. I don't hate him. Right? If you like him, you won't hear me complain about it, right? But I only mention that because you won't see me pop when he comes. You won't see me, like, joining in on the joke. I don't feel it. I don't feel connected with it. I don't know. You know. If you've been watching for a while, you know. But I see that people are into it. I see the popularity, and I don't feel any ill will. I don't feel any hate or anything in my heart. Like, I wish him all the best. I go back and look at my reaction when he came out at WrestleMania. Like, I wasn't down on it. I wasn't negative. Like, okay, cool. I was pleased. I treated Joe Hendry the same way I treated Jay, like, going for the world title. It's not what I would have chose. There's others, you know, Sammy, I would have preferred. But I got that he was very popular, certainly with the kids. And so I was pleased that Jay was going to get that opportunity and that people would enjoy it, right? I'm okay with that. I can do that. I can't always do that. Pat, right? I know there's people out there that are really pleased that he's going to have a match. I can't bring myself to support that. But Jay Uso, you know, an actual wrestler, I can support that. Joe Hendry, an actual wrestler, I can, like, you know, support that. I can at least go, okay, I get it. But why put him in a feud with Trick Williams, one of the most popular NXT stars? Like, what? I don't know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to force people to choose? I don't understand. Trick's not a heel. So, like, I know he's had a bit more of an attitude to him, but Trick's only doing what I think they should really do with Cody, which is give Cody a bit more grit. Give him a bit more of an attitude. Have him stand up for himself a little bit more rather than just being pushed around and crying, right? Give him a bit more grit. And that's what we've done with Trick. And I think Trick with a bit more of an attitude has been good, but he's not a heel. Or at least he's not gone into being a heel yet. Maybe we're turning him heel. Perhaps we're going to turn him heel. Perhaps he'll snap and he'll go heel and this will be the feud that does it. But as I'm sat here right now, I am very confused as to why we're putting two popular baby faces kind of up against each other and you are going to force people to choose, which, if you're going to force me to choose, you know which way I'm going to go. I'm, of course, going to go with Trick Williams. I flipping love Trick Williams. That's been my guy for a long time, and I ain't a big fan of Joe Hendry. So I'm going to go with Trick, but I don't really want to be put in that position. To be honest with you, I don't really want to be forced to choose, because even though I'm not a Joe Hendry fan, I know many of you are, and I know that you ain't going to appreciate me not, you know, cheering Joe Hendry. Like, so it's kind of a position where I don't want to be put in that position. I'd much rather Joe Hendry go up against Wesley, you know, or like a heel. And I will watch that program, and that's fine. I would have no... But you're putting him up against, like, maybe my favourite guy in NXT. So, like, I don't know what to expect from the Joe Hendry segment. I can only think they're going to turn Trick heel. That's the only thing I can think. They're going to turn Trick heel, and he's going to... This will be the feud that does it. It's just a bit awkward right now, because as of right now, they're still both baby faces. So for me, I'm thinking that Trick snaps maybe, and we actually, you know, get him going heel. And, you know, I will still support Trick. I'm sorry, even if Trick's a heel, I'll still be supporting him because that's my guy. And I suppose in a way it's a lot like we were just talking about why people cheer heels. Like, to me, Yeah, I'm not bothered if Trick was to say he doesn't like the fans, doesn't care about people. I see so much potential in him. I really have enjoyed watching him rise up from being like Carmelo's sidekick to now being a 2-time NXT champion. He's got a good size, he's good promo, good talker, he's got an aura, love his entrance music. Like, I get it. There's people that won't turn on Cena. Unless Trick becomes really dull, I ain't going to turn on him. I find him to be like one of the most interesting people when he comes out with his entrance, the aura, his mic skills. He's got some good lines. And matches, you know, I agree. There could be some improvement there. He's certainly not AJ Styles. But I think that he is of a standard where he is able to deliver good matches. And against the right person, great matches. But, yeah, so that would be Joe Hendry Trick. Iyo, is she in a match, is she? They just said she was on the show. So if she's going to be in a tag match... Don't know, honestly. I feel like you probably have Roxanne Giulia win. That's what I would do. I don't really see the benefit in Iyo winning. She's already the women's champion. Make her look good. Have them pin Jordan. Or have it count out or whatever it is. But I think there's probably more value to having Roxanne and Giulia be a thorn in Iyo's side. So I would personally go that way. Hank and Tank against Briggs and Inamura. Hank and Tank. I don't think you've built them up just to give them a run with the belts for like a week. So I'm guessing you keep going with those guys. And maybe after Briggs and Inamura lose, Briggs attacks Inamura. And then we get Briggs versus Inamura. Because Inamura did say that his run was coming to an end soon. So I think he goes back to Japan soon. And I think that's probably true. So I don't expect him to win the tag belts. I don't know that this is his last match. It begs the question, what do you do with him? And the obvious answer is Briggs, who's been by his side all throughout this time. You have him turn on him. You have him turn on him. You do one last match. Boom. Family segment. I think they're going to reveal that something's happened to the Riz. But I just don't know who's done something. I don't know if it's Tony or if it's Stax. But someone's going to have done something to the Riz. That's my prediction. She was given a segment where they made it very clear, we're going to put you in a safe house, right? Luca, we don't know what's happened. He was in the desert. But the thing is, he either is going to have survived that ordeal or he didn't get whacked. And actually, Stax needed his help with something. I do wonder if the swerve is that Tony is actually the bad guy in this. I do wonder if the twist is going to be that actually you should have trusted Stax. And what Stax did to Luca in the desert was he had a body he needed to get rid of, which was one of Tony's close friends. And actually Luca's fine and Stax has just brought him up to speeds. The person that's really in trouble is the Riz, who's been put in this safe house, but you know, Tony is basically the guy that we shouldn't be trusting. I wonder if that is going to be the swerve. I mean, clearly this story is going to have some sort of swerve to it. I just look at Luca in the desert and I'm like, you can't kill him. You can't kill that character because you'd have to release him. And I don't think they're doing that. So how does Luca come back from that? You can't kill him. So he's either going to have been beaten badly and survived, and Stax is going to be shocked, or he didn't get whacked. And Stax actually brought him up to speed with everything, you know. I mean, he was in the desert, and he kind of was like, do you know why I brought you here? Yeah? And Luca was like, and then it cut off. But we never actually found out why Stax brought him there. Clearly, you go there to bury someone, don't you? Clearly, you go there to hide a body. What if that body wasn't Luca's? So I do just wonder that be for those reasons. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like with that, there's so many different ways you can go. I feel like you can really, go down quite a few different roads with all of that. So, yeah, Ricky, Lexis, Ricky will retain. I feel pretty good about that. This is just a random title defense, but it'll be great seeing Ricky Starks. I really like Ricky Starks. And Lexis King, I just want to keep seeing him improve. Lexis King, to me, looks like a flipping 30-year veteran. Whenever I look at him, I find him to be a little bit slow. He tends to be carrying a little bit of timber. He's got the sort of physique of current Chris Jericho. I look at him and I see kind of current Chris Jericho. And I don't know if that's a good thing, to be honest. But, he, you know, if he was a legend that had been around for like 20, 30 years and he was winding it down now, that's kind of the impression I get of Lexis King, which isn't good, is it really, I suppose? But that's kind of where he's moved from. When he was in Varsity Blondes, I had a different opinion of him. And now he's got this Lexis King character. I've got this opinion of him. Him looking and feeling like a legend that's been around for a long time is maybe not a bad thing. It's just that he needs to add to his resume now. He needs to have great matches. He needs to cut great promos. Like, he needs to be building up his resume. I mean, it's hard to name great Lexis King matches. That's a problem. I think his look is not bad, actually. I don't like it when his beard is jet black. I like it when it's more natural hair color. But yeah, we need to get some great Lexis King matches. I think his promos are okay. It's hard to remember too many like killer lines. I think what he's done is he's kind of settled into a groove where there's a character there now. I look at him and I can see a character. I can see a star. He's not just a guy that you would pluck off the street. He doesn't have that vibe. He's made himself feel like he's a star. As I said, genuinely, he feels like a legend that's been around 20-odd years, 30 years. That's kind of how he looks to me. But I think like the comparisons with Chris Jericho, you could put two pictures side by side. And I could definitely see like a comparison in the bodies and everything. But that's maybe not a great thing to say. But I think the positive spin is that he's made himself feel like he's not just a guy off the street. That's a positive. And really, it's just down now for him to keep adding great matches, great promos. And people have started to warm to him a bit more, which is obviously great news. But in that match, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a banger. Which I know sounds stupid because we're always looking for bangers. But to be honest with you, I don't need Iyo, Jordan, Roxanne, Giulia to be a banger. I'm fine with that not being. That is just part of a story. That's fine, right? I don't need that to be a banger. Hank and Tank against Briggs and Inamura. I don't need that to be a banger. Hank and Tank have just had loads of bangers. Briggs and Inamura, they're not going to be around for much longer. I'm okay with that not being a banger. If both of those matches are just good, then okay, fine. But I do think Ricky Saints, Lexis King could do with being a banger. Because Ricky is still new, still building up his aura. He's had some great matches. His match with Ethan at Stand and Deliver was excellent. So, it'd be good to keep that going. But also, that's exactly what Lexis King needs. Lexis King needs matches that really make you sit up and go, oh, this guy's got something, actually. This guy has got something. And I think he really needs that. So that is a match that I'm looking for to be a banger. So if we really want to do an in-depth breakdown as what we're looking for, those would be the kind of stuff I'd be after. Dave Walker, Nana. LA Knight, yeah. Dave, shout out to you, buds. LA Knight. I wonder what the future holds for LA Knight. Nana. I do like the Nana. Yeah, good. I really like the line, actually, he had with Drew the other day. Drew came out and he was throwing shades about how inconsequential LA Knight's title reign was. And LA Knight was kind of laying in the corner and he had a little smile on his face like, that's good. That's a good line. And I was really interested, like, okay, you've got to fire back. How are you going to fire back? And he went over and he was like, I'm just trying to remember about how good your last title reign was. But for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. And I was like, that is good. I don't know that was pre-planned. I don't know that was a scripted exchange. I don't know that they didn't just go out there and just riff off each other. And, Drew gave a little smile back to that one. That's LA Knight, in my mind, showing that he can more than hold his own on the microphone, which we already know he can do. But those are the kind of moments that, really stand out to me. Those are the moments where I'm like, that's good. I always like those moments where someone says a line and you're kind of like, oh, you need to come back now. You can't just let that sit. Like, what are you going to say? And I felt that way about LA Knight on Friday. And that was the line he came back with. And I was like, that's very good. That's very good. Well done. Well done, everyone. Well done. Tony K.
Tony K. Wrestling Daze. This is my final offer for you to AEW Backstage passes, 5-course meals, limited edition TK figure, and one night stand with Big Shahid Khan. Let's effing go Daze. It will be grey.
No, thank you. Thank you for the offer, but I'm going to turn it down. I will take Shahid Khan, though. He does seem like a cutie. He does seem like a baddie. But I'm going to turn down the rest of it.
Leanne Pruitt. Brew, I'm getting a tornado warning time to sit back and chill and watch Daze. This is not a joke. I just got a tornado warning.
Dude, shout out to you. I hope that everything is okay. There's been a few people getting tornado warnings. I think, is it that kind of time of year, maybe, where these get triggered, or I'm not sure. There's been a few people in the chat saying they've been getting them, so I don't know if we've kind of hit a bit of a season or something, but obviously I hope everything goes well. Stay safe, my friend. Dean, hello. Let's see what Dean is saying.
Dean Kohler. Member. Daze. What if John isn't lying and he is trying to ruin wrestling, but as a tool for The Rock, who actually wants to do so, but has something on John, causing John to work for The Rock?
What if he's not lying and he is trying to ruin wrestling? What? But as a tool for The Rock, who actually wants to do... No, I think we've gone too far. The Rock has got shares in TKO, so he is financially invested in WWE, UFC. Like, he has got a lot of money tied up in these companies. There is absolutely zero way he is looking to ruin wrestling. Zero. He's financially involved. I think, whenever he comes out in front of the crowd, he gets the goosebumps. Like, as cringe as that might be now, I think it is true that this is in his blood. I think that he loves wrestling genuinely. His dad did it. His granddad did it. Like, it's in his family. God, you want to talk about his family? It's his family's business, the Anoa'i family. It's the family business. Like, there is just no need or reason as to why The Rock would want to not only ruin wrestling, right, but also why he would want to tear down the company that has given him and his family so much, and also a company that will continue to give his family so much in the future. And as I said, financially invested as well. We're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars in shares. Tens of millions of dollars in shares, like, considerable amount of money. So there's absolutely no way that he wants to actually ruin wrestling. I just think that he is trying to do what he thinks is right. I don't know that that's always in sync with what Triple H wants to do. I do feel a little bit sorry for The Rock because, as I've said before, we all have ideas and we watch the shows and we know where we want things to go, but we can't do anything about it. He can. And that must be hard to ignore. Because imagine watching the show. Imagine you're The Rock and you're watching the shows and you're seeing the online reaction of people saying this is dull, this is boring. I wish it was more exciting. And you're like, why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? Why don't they? And you can do it. Do you know what I mean? You're on the board. You've got the ability to do it. To be honest with you, I would find it hard not to get involved. I would find it difficult to not constantly be calling up Triple H going, have you thought about this? Why aren't we doing that? Blah, 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 you know? Triple H would be fed up of me. And I love wrestling, and Triple H, I'm sure The Rock loves wrestling, but I think it's just one of those where, and certainly the story he tells as well is maybe he wasn't even doing that, right? Which I would if I was The Rock, but maybe he wasn't even doing that. He had Ari Emanuel call him going, we got a problem. Ticket sales are slow for Elimination Chamber. We need a big OMG moment. Blah, 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 blah. So, you know, it's not even, according to The Rock, if he's telling the truth, it's not even him trying to insert himself, which I would do. I wouldn't be able to stop myself. But it's that he's got Ari Emanuel picking up the phone going, sorry to disturb you. We've got a problem with the creative. Can you come and sort it? Do you know what I mean? He's getting pulled in. Getting pulled in. Like, if I'm Triple H, I'm livid at Ari Emanuel for that. If I'm Triple H, I can sort this, thanks. That ain't a phone call that I appreciate you having and calling up The Rock. I mean, Ari Emanuel dropped the ball there. Unless Triple H said to him, I just don't know what I'm doing. unless Triple H said, I'm out my depth. I can't book. I can't book. I know we need some at Major, but do you know what? For the life of me, I just can't think of what that should be. Would you mind calling The Rock, who might have an idea? Because I just don't know. I'm just not very good at my job. Now, I don't think that conversation happens. But what according to The Rock happened was Ari Emanuel called him up. If I'm Triple H, I'm livid at that. If nothing else is true about Rock and Triple H being at odds, Triple H has got to be livid at Ari Emanuel for sticking his nose in and calling The Rock up and saying, I need you. We're struggling with an idea that's going to be big enough for a limit. If I'm Triple H, I am livid. Livid. Apparently, The Rock wanted to turn Cody, and Triple H was like, nah. And Cody was like, nah. And so we didn't do that. But apparently they already had the plan to turn Cena, but it was just going to happen at WrestleMania. And so they decided to move it earlier, and The Rock decided to do the whole selling of the soul stuff. Selling of the soul is not a Triple H idea. It's a Rock idea. And we all went, sorry, what? It was so flipping mental. We all went, what? What are you even on about? What are you even on about? I think we knew at the time I wasn't Triple H. I think we knew at the time that was The Rock. But yeah, word is that Cena was going to turn at WrestleMania. But they just moved it forward. I think Cena himself wanted to move it forward. And I think it worked because they agreed with The Rock. We won't turn Cody, but we are going to turn Cena. And so it was all agreed to move it to Elimination Chamber. That's my current understanding of it. But I mean, all of that might have come because of Ari Emanuel, actually. If Ari had not called up The Rock and done that phone call, we might not have had that happening, and we might have ended up with the story that Triple H wanted to tell, which I can't say would be better, because the road to WrestleMania was very flat, and the best thing that happened on it, or the most interesting thing, was Cena turning heel. But I don't know. I certainly think the ending of Mania would have been better had we have saved the Cena turn for Mania. I think the ending of Mania would have been better. You know, that big bombshell, that big OMG moment that we didn't have, it would have been Cena turning heel, but you had it at Elimination Chamber. So yeah, a lot to unpack there. Daze, today was Miko's last match. Enjoy the retirement, real final boss. Yeah, I saw actually a few bits and bobs in regards to that, so I'm very pleased to say that I got to watch her wrestle. I saw her in Wolverhampton at Fight Club Pro. Everyone knows the story of me trying to meet her after to get a picture, and Tyler Bates' mom stopping me. Back then, I used to be famous, guys. I used to be famous. Back then, I was just walking around in this place, and Tyler Bates' mom came up to me and spoke to me about a toy hunt that I had done, which was a toy hunt about Tyler. I think it's on the channel still. It's called Finding Tyler Bate. And the whole purpose of that video is to go to the shops to try and find the new Tyler Bate figure, which I was really excited about because, well, I was really into the whole NXT UK thing when it started. I actually didn't watch a lot of the shows when it went to the BT Sports Studio. I sort of regret that, honestly. I don't think it would have made any difference, but it's kind of like, now that it's not around, I really regret that I didn't watch it, you know? I was there at the beginning. I was there when we were doing the tournament. I was there when they went to the Royal Albert Hall. I used to do watch-alongs for the very early NXT UK shows. I even went to one of the tapings. I saw Rhea Ripley become the first women's NXT UK champion. In fact, I was there when Tyler became the first NXT UK champion in Blackpool. I was there when Rhea won in Birmingham. And I was there when Grizzled Young Veterans became the first NXT UK tag champs. They beat Mustache Mountain. I was there to see, and just by chance, honestly, all three of those belts. I was there when the first champs were crowned. That's one of my proudest kind of bragging things, really. I can't brag I was there at a WrestleMania, and I can't brag I was there when Cena won 17 or flipping the Montreal Screwjob or any of this kind of stuff. But I can say I was there when the NXT UK champs, which is not even around anymore, but obviously meant a lot to us in the UK. I was there when those champs were crowned, and that's pretty cool. But yeah, I did a video on Tyler, and his mom recognized me, and she was talking to me, and she was like, "Come and meet Tyler." And I went. She dragged me over to Tyler, and I'd already said hello to him like previous on not that day, but just previously. And you could tell he was not bothered at all about having like any kind of conversation with me, which is totally understandable because I am an absolute nobody. I am now. I was then, and you could tell that I'm just another guy to this guy, and I am just another guy to this guy. And so it was a little, not awkward, but I was kind of like, I felt like saying to Tyler, I haven't asked for this, mate. this, I don't want you to think that I've gone to your mom and said, "Oh, can you get me to meet Tyler?" This ain't nothing to do with me, buds. Right? I was actually waiting to meet Miko Satomura. And she ended up, the mum was talking to me. She introduced me to some girl. I can't remember if it was a friend or a daughter or whatever. She introduced me to this girl that was starting to train in wrestling as well. I had a quick chat with Tyler. And she is lovely. Tyler's mom is amazing. She's a lovely, lovely woman. I'm not saying anything against her. But whilst that was happening, Miko went to her table, met people, and then left. And that was it. That was it. I never got a chance to meet Miko. That was my only time that I had to meet Miko Satomura. And I was going to try and get a picture and everything. And I remember as soon as I finished with the mum, I turned around and Miko's table was empty and everything was gone. It'd been about half an hour or something like that, 20 minutes, half an hour. But it was just enough for her to kind of meet the people that wanted to meet her. And then that was it. She was done. She probably had somewhere to be honest. I mean, she travels all over the world, doesn't she? That is a fun story. And but again, lovely lady, absolutely lovely. I would just lovely person. And in a way, I kind of am quite happy with how that went. Really, I'm quite happy that I've got that story. So yeah, really cool. But it's Miko is someone that obviously is very influential. She's a fantastic name in the history of women's wrestling. I saw a video where I think Asuka, Iyo, and Kairi had all sent in like video messages. So for her to call it quits now, I mean, she's a massive name. And, it'll be the same when Aja Kong, maybe even bigger, when Aja Kong finally calls it quits. I'd say if you get a chance to see Aja Kong wrestle, you should try and do that because she is just a monster in the history of women's wrestling. And she's still going. She was in that match, wasn't she, with Miko? It was a tag match, her last match, and on the other side was Aja Kong. So that's someone I've never seen. That's someone that I'd like to go and see. I always wanted to see Manami Toyota. No, didn't get a chance. I did see Miko. Obviously, I mean, there's loads of people you'd love to see, but I don't know. I feel like Aja Kong, she doesn't really come over to the UK all that often, but she does once in a blue moon. She'll do something like Pro Wrestling Eve or something like that. I really, really should make the effort to see Aja Kong before she hangs it up. Because it can't be that far away. I mean, she's really getting on in age as well, isn't she? So it's sad, isn't it, when these legends say goodbye and kind of part ways. James said, you witnessed the debut of Walter. I was not jealous at all. Yeah, that was cool. That, I can't even remember, might have been the same show. As the crowning of the first tag champs. I think Grizzled Young Veterans Mustache Mountain was like the first match. And the main event of that exact same show might have been Joe Coffey against Pete Dunne for the title. And then after, out comes Volta. So, I ended up going to a few of those shows in Blackpool. And what was good about them was, at the time, I don't think the interest was crazy about that. I mean, obviously we could have done watch-alongs, and had it been today where we've got a much bigger community for our watch-alongs, maybe we would actually stream them. But back then, you're talking 2017, 2018, you're talking that kind of time periods, pre-pandemic, before the pandemic. And so that kind of time period is where we hadn't started, or we'd just started doing watch-alongs. It's around that time. And it felt like it was fine for me to go to those shows. If we were to do it now, I might not, actually. I might want to sit and chat with you guys instead. And that, I think, would be a little bit of a shame. It was great to say that I was there for those things. But, I don't know, part of it, I also have this feeling of, like, I've sort of done it in the sense of, I've been to Raws. I've not been to a PLE because, like, we hardly got any in the UK. So maybe that is a box I need to tick. But I've been to SmackDowns. I've been to Raws. I've been to live events. I've been to PLE, if we're going to count NXT UK takeovers. I've been to those. I've seen NXT in the UK. Loved that. Those were amongst my favourite shows. So I sort of feel like I've ticked that box. I'm very satisfied. I don't really feel like I'm missing out. I feel like I've done it. I know what it's like. I've ticked the box. I enjoyed it. And now I enjoy doing this. So, yeah, it's great, though. If you do get a chance to go and witness a moment like that, it is special. It is very, very cool. But, it's there's so many people that are experiencing so many things. People can say at WrestleMania they saw Cena win 17, That's special. Very special. People that went to SmackDown can say they saw that amazing TLC match, which, a lot of people are saying is just one of the best SmackDown matches they've ever seen. So, yeah, just, wrestling. I think the moral of the story, wrestling's great, isn't it? That's the moral of the story. Isn't wrestling awesome? Wrestling is awesome, and if you go and watch it live, you can have some fantastic times. I think if I saw Undertaker, then I would be punching him because of what he did to Mickey James, said Odyssey Sama. When I was a kid, I don't remember loads about going. I remember walking into the building. I vaguely remember what the setup was like. I can sort of picture it in my mind. Going to like those live shows in 94, 95. And I've still sort of got memories there. I was old enough where I can still remember a lot of it, actually. but there's bits I don't remember. I don't remember the car journey. I don't remember the day. I remember getting there. I remember the merch stands. I remember walking around. It was the way the NEC was. It's like a building, big building, and then inside you've got like these kind of like bleachers. I mean, it's all like it was scaffolding. So you had all these stands that, I mean, they felt like temporary stands, but they weren't. It was just that it was cheap. You know, it was just cheap for them to just set up these stands this way, all scaffolding. And then they had like these black cloths kind of covering it so it looked a little more professional. But there was bits where you could just see past the black cloths and it was all just scaffolding. That's probably what most stands are built out of, to be honest. But I just remember this big building, and then you've got all these scaffolding stands, really big. I mean, it could hold thousands and thousands of people. It was not small by any means. I mean, it took you a while to walk all the way. It was like a U shape. All around the outside, you could walk all the way around the outside. And then there was areas where there was stands that were selling merch. And I remember seeing the merch in the 90s, and it was this big wall that just had loads of shirts, different, like, you know, Razor Ramon, Undertaker. It had like Shawn Michaels' cap, his earrings. There was like a little box casket that was made of plastic, which I've got actually, but I don't know that I've got it here. I bought it, and there was nothing in it, but it was just this little casket box, and, you know, they were selling that for the Undertaker pendant, Bret Hart glasses, foam fingers. I think they might have had the Razor Ramon foam thing as well. I just remember seeing this. I mean, there may be a picture somewhere. I really need to get my photos out and just go through and see what there is. But yeah, I can remember like all of that, but I can't remember the day or the build up or the car journey. But my mum said to me, the one thing I kept saying, will Undertaker be there? And apparently that was it. She says that was it. That was all you was interested in. Going there, will Undertaker be there? Will Undertaker be there? Do you think Undertaker will be there? She's like, I don't know. And he was there. And apparently I was over the moon. So, that talking of Undertaker, that was one from when I was young, going to see a live event. I was just like, will he be there? Will he be there? And thankfully he was. I mean, it makes, you know, these house show appearances, they matter so much. You know, you hear like these wrestlers talking about doing all these shows and how hard it is, but, you know, that is someone's first show. That is someone waiting months for that show, going and hoping they see their favorite. And, you know, it just means so much to kids. I did a little thing in Unseen where I was saying, like, I'm not bothered that SummerSlam's like 40 grand for a front row ticket. I long ago gave up that I was ever going to be able to afford front row tickets for Summer. What bothers me more is, can a family get in? Can a kid go and watch the show? You know, can a kid go and actually enjoy wrestling like we did when we was young? Can a family even afford to take their kids now? You know, how much are the nosebleed seats? Because we are getting to the point where even they're in the hundreds. And if you need 4 because you got 2 kids and, you know, you want both parents to go, you know, maybe it's starting to get to a point now where that's getting hard for people, you know. And so the rise in ticket prices, I ain't bothered about the rich. I ain't bothered about those people that can even look at a front row. I don't even look. I don't think I have ever gone to a show other than an NXT house show, right? An NXT house show in Tampa where normal ticket was like £15, $15, whatever. Front row was like 25 or something. And I was like, do you know what? I might go front row. I might push that boat out. Yeah. Oh, money bags over here. Yeah. And not only that, you got to arrive half an hour early, and there was a little Q&A with the superstar. So I was like, for $25, front row and little Q&A beforehand. let's go. So I did it. And the Q&A beforehand was with No Quarter Catch Crew. So it was, sadly, before Ren had joined. That would have been fun if she was with them. She's grown on me a lot. But it was Charlie Dempsey, Miles Bourne, and Damon Kemp at the time. This was literally about, I was in America this time last year. This time last year, I was in Florida. That was 12 months ago. So it was around this time. It was around 12 months ago. It was No Quarter Catch Crew. It was Charlie. It was Miles. It was Damon Kemp. And they had just had Drew Gulak fired. It's hard to remember, isn't it, that Gulak used to be in that group? It's hard to remember that that was a thing. But he was in that group. And, of course, there was all this stuff that came out. And Drew Gulak ended up being released. So I think I put the picture up of me with those three, and I put up a little thing like, let's get to work or something like that. Cheeky, because it's like, you know, Drew Gulak had just lost his job, been fired, let go a few days before. And then I'm there with them, and I was like, that's such fun timing. Not for him. I feel sorry for him. Maybe not. I don't know. But, yeah, that was really fun. That was from the Q&A meet and greet beforehand. So outside of a flipping NXT house show, that I flipping loved going to in Florida last year, I've never even looked at front row. Never even looked. In my mind, it's out of sight, not even interested. But so if they're going to charge them 40 grand, 50 grand, a flipping million, I don't give a flip, right? But can the average person afford to go? Can the average person get their kids in? Which is going to be nosebleeds, of course. But, you know, if you're a kid, you ain't bothered about that. Or you just want to go. You just want to be there. You want to be part of it. You want to see these stars. You want to be in the room. And I just do worry that we're starting to move away from that, you know. We're starting to, unfortunately, get to the point where I think there are kids that are missing out. I think there are kids that can't afford to go. And we actually heard of some people that couldn't afford to go when they did the show in Scotland. And that's really, really sad. And I hope that WWE remember that, you know, kids don't get money. It's all on the parents. And there's some parents out there that they want to take their kids and it's hard. I know that you can't be a charity, but when I was watching the WrestleMania 9 documentary, they said in that documentary, one of the things they always tried to do is they always tried to have a $25 ticket. And he actually showed you the plan of the layout of all the seating. And he said one of the things, and this was a company thing, was we always tried to have a section in the kind of early 90s that would be for WrestleMania, that was $25. $25, and you could have got into WrestleMania. Now, obviously, those days are long gone. I understand that. But are they still trying their hardest to have a section, to have an area that is, you know, we could make that more, but let's not rinse the people that can't afford it. Do you know what I mean? Let's try and, honestly, make the front row 100 grand. If you're rich, give them all the perks in the world, have them go backstage and meet the wrestlers. If that means that the seats at the back can stay cheap and that you don't have to rinse them people, rinse the rich. Rinse the rich. If they've got the money, they can pay for it. But then that means the people at the back keep their tickets cheap. If that's the deal, if that's the setup, I'm on board, mate. Sign me up for that. Definitely. If you've got money, like I'm guessing Green Shirt Guy must be flipping rolling in money, right? Rinse them. Get it out of them. I don't give a flip. Right? I don't care. And certainly if that means that the people at the back don't have to pay as much, I actually think that's a healthy setup. So, I don't know. Big conversation, but that's why the 40 grand just didn't bother me. I'll be a lot more bothered about the ticket prices for the nosebleeds and further back, and if families can go.
TTV Halfstar. Daze, would you ever start a Discord for all of us to chat and do predictions and things? Adrienne, my first wrestling event was at Wrestlemania 37. I had floor seats and there was a rain delay.
Yeah,
they ushered us into a hallway and we couldn't move from a particular area since wrestlers were close by.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, the rain delay at 37. I didn't know that they ushered people into areas to get them out the rain. I mean, it was a real downpour. But, I mean, then there's that famous picture, isn't there, of Michael Cole and Samoa Joe, who were on commentary at the time, and they were just looking like they had their waterproofs on, and they were like... And then we had to go backstage, and I think this has been cut now, but we had to go backstage, and the wrestlers just had to cut promos, completely unplanned promos. On the spot, we need you to kill a few minutes. And actually, it would be well worth going back and reviewing those. Be well worth going back and seeing, like, how did you do? How good were they? You know, I think people would find that interesting. Because that was just like, there's a rain delay, we need content. We need content. Why they didn't just throw to video packages, I'm not sure. You would imagine they had loads of video packages queued up that they could have, you know, here's what's coming up tonight kind of a thing. And I think there was a degree of that. But they did puncture it with, like, I remember, I think New Day did one. I think Drew did one as well. And I remember they did puncture it with some live backstage promos. But, yeah, there was a rain delay. I forget how long it was. I want to say half an hour, something like that, 40 minutes. It was sizable. It wasn't 5 minutes. It was sizable. But, yeah, very interesting that you was actually there, my friend. There was only like 60-odd thousand that year, wasn't there? Maybe even less than that. I remember it was in Tampa, and the stadium was like 3/4 full. It was a reduced attendance because COVID. I mean, COVID was still, restrictions were still in place, weren't they? So, yeah, that's really interesting that you was there and that you got ushered into a hallway. You'll have to flesh that out for us. I'd like to know a bit more info there. TTV said, would we ever start Discords? There is a Discords. There's a link in the chat. And the way that I always say about that Discord is that it's for you. You know, Sonny keeps asking me, am I going to go in? Am I going to go in? And I keep giving the same answer of, I just can't commit to it. Because honestly, I work on a pretty much a day-to-day basis. I never quite know what it is that I'm going to be doing. I know that during the week I'm pretty busy, and, you know, we're now looking to bring in another member stream on a Tuesday. And so not only is that going to take another hour or so of my time just doing that stream, but now I need to find probably another 3 hours so that I can create the games needed for that stream. So actually just doing that stream, that new stream on a Tuesday, easy 4 or 5 hours that takes out of my week now. Easy. I'm not even joking. Not even joking. Easy 4 or 5 hours of my week gone. Just because I'm doing that new stream on a Tuesday. I already do one on a Wednesday that takes 4 or 5 hours to set up for it. So time gone. And I've not even spoken about the Raw stream, the NXT stream, the members stream, Evolve stream, the Wrestling Escape Pods, the member stream on a Thursday, SmackDown, whatever we do on a... I mean, like, my time... And I've not even mentioned recording Unseen, recording reviews and opinions, going through my notifications each day. Like, it is just... It is a lot of... It's a lot. Let's put it that way. It's a lot, right? I'm not shy of working. I will put the hours in, but it is a lot. And so that's the kind of side of it that people don't see, to be honest. I think there is this kind of perception that, like, if you do streaming or something like that, that it's like, oh, it's not a real job, it's really easy. I worked in retail for 15 years, and I promise you, I do more hours now than I did then. I understand it's different. I understand there's, you know, this is not like sitting here and talking about wrestling is a joy, right? I understand that people have jobs that are not a joy. Yeah. I understand people do manual labor, and comparing this to that would be ridiculous. I would never do that. just like comparing working in retail to like someone that's flipping working on an oil rig. I mean, completely different. So I'm certainly not painting a picture that this is, guys, feel sorry for me. Yeah, come on. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is there is a big commitment to this. There is a lot that goes into this. This is not just, you know, oh, shall I stream today for a few hours? Now I'll go back to bed. Like that. I'm sure there's people that do that. That ain't my life, right? So, like, yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to get in there. That's the honest answer. It's hard for me to find the time. But I love the Discord, and I love what goes on in there. And I think there is real value to the Discord, because you're right. People want to share their thoughts. They want their voice to be heard. And I know that we don't get to enough people here. That's why I try to get through as many comments as I can for the opinions videos, right? The SmackDown review, we'll do one tonight for NXT on the second channel. So I try to, you know, get through people's thoughts there. We get thoughts here and we try to explore them and dig into them. That does mean that we don't just quickly move on, right? There's pros and cons to that. I think the pros are we actually have really good conversations. We go quite deep. I think we really flesh things out, maybe too much. The cons are that we don't get to more comments. But again, this is where I think the Discord can kind of take some of that weight. I think if you've got opinions and you need to express them and you really want to get them out to the community, I think the Discord could be there. And I think that your conversations can be had, and like-minded people that are not going to just shoot you down. You know, I'd like to think that's what the community is. This isn't going to be a community that's going to just be like, oh my God, everything you've just said is amazing. Like, it's going to be a conversation. It's going to be a, well, I don't know about that because, or I see where you're going with that, but you've got this to consider, or did you think about this, or, oh, that's good actually, or, do you know what I mean? Like, we ain't just going to blow smoke up each other's asses. This is going to be a community where we do dig into stuff and we do give honest answers. Otherwise, it's just not really very constructive. It doesn't really have a value, you know, if we just pat each other on the back saying, well, that's amazing. Yeah. So I think as long as people know that they're going to have that kind of constructive conversation, then brilliant. There is a line. I mean, you wouldn't be calling people idiots, stupid. That is ludicrous, or, you know, what are you on about? Or are you even a wrestling fan? Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't get that from me. I don't say those kinds of things. I don't even think those kinds of things. So there is a level of respect that I would like to think lives within the community. And, you know, hopefully I can find a way, and I don't always get it right, but hopefully I can sort of set the right example for that, which, again, I don't always get it right. But, you know, I try. And I think that what we've got is pretty good. So could it be better? Yeah, I'm sure it could. But I think every community could say that, to be honest with you. So I think there's value in the Discords. I think it's for the community, by the community. And I think that it's, when there's no streams, a place that people can go to share their thoughts, hang out, you know, join in the conversation, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that would be my vision for it. And yeah, I really support what Dormouse is doing there, Sunny is doing there. They, you know, they're constantly bringing ideas and chatting away with things. There's lots of stuff that goes on in there. So if you are in there, I hope you're having a great time. I hope you're enjoying it. If you don't go in, pop in. The link is in the description, I believe, to all of the streams and the videos. And you can go in and join the conversation. And it's been set up for a little while, yeah. But that's, you know, it's I don't not go in because I hate you guys, or I don't not go in because, you know, I'd much rather just lounge in the sun. It's, I promise you, always because I'm probably drowning in something. I'm probably trying desperately to get on top of my notifications, or trying desperately to get games. Like right now, I'm trying to get games sorted so that when I do those 2 members games streams starting next week, I've got a few weeks worth lined up, so I'm not, you know, falling behind. So I'm just desperately trying to make games at the moment, which sounds crazy, But, you know, I'd love to have 20, 30 games set up ready so that it's just, I don't need to worry about it some weeks. You know, like the week where I've got Backlash coming, I don't want to have to mess around with trying to create a game for the members. So I need to have that done in advance, which means I need to do it now. And, you know, putting a game together, getting like what I need together sorted takes hours. So each one is hours. So if I want to get, say, 20 games sorted, that could legitimately take me like, well, I don't even know, 60 hours. If each one takes about 3 hours to sort, it could take me 60 hours to get 20 games sorted, which I won't get done. I won't get 20 in time, but that's my mindset at the moment. So it's like that on top of the streams, on top of the videos, on top of the notifications, on top of Unseen is like, Jesus. I think I've bitten off maybe a bit too much here, but, well, we're still swimming at the moment. We haven't drowned yet. So I've not had a breakdown yet, but who knows? It might be in the post. It might be on the way. If I start missing streams and rumor goes around that I've lost my mind, you lot will understand why. Yeah. Edward, shout out to you, buds.
Edward Brown, LFC1. Hey Daze, I'm doing much better today. I'm not going to watch NXT. I'm going to watch Raw tonight. I'm glad to be here, but hope the stream was good yesterday. Was probably talking smack about me, because I know.
No, if ever we mentioned you, it would have been positive, Edwards. It would have definitely been positive. Glad to hear you back around, but you're feeling a little bit better. I think Raw was all right. Yeah, I think that the scores were coming in, and it was, you know, 6.5, 7 sort of range. Some people a bit higher than that. So yeah, I think genuinely it was pretty good. I'd say worth a watch. Calvin
Houston. Daze. Who do you think is really to blame for Austin Theory's downfall? And if he joins Seth, would he still get cheered?
Who do we think is really to blame for Austin Theory's downfall? If he joins Seth, would he get cheered? If he joins up with Seth, I think he would, yeah, because of the fact that he is in one of the most interesting stories. Seth has got some real star power. I think they've done an excellent job of making Bron Breakker seem like the next big thing. Paul Heyman legitimizes anyone that he's with. That group is interesting. That group is a large part of the conversation right now. If you're not talking about WrestleMania and The Rock and Triple H, you're probably going to be talking about Seth and his group, right? So they are a big focus. So any connection with that is going to be a positive for Austin Theory. Who's to blame? I think it's a mixed bag. I think he's a bit to blame. I think that creative is a bit to blame. I think also just the kind of circumstances a little bit to blame. Sometimes people get called up and they're not quite ready. Sometimes people get called up and you haven't quite worked out their character. I think he is someone that can do comedy, but also they really like the look of him. Like, he's a big guy, he's a good-looking guy. He feels like he should be the face of the company, right? Not because of his matches, promos. I'm just saying, like, he's got that sort of early John Cena vibe. Like, he's big. He's toned. He looks good. I mean, Austin Theory against Bron Breakker. Austin Theory as the babyface, Bron Breakker as the heel. It's not a massive leap to see that being for a world title. Yeah? And if everything worked and there was momentum and the crowd were really buying into it, maybe the WWE Championship. But it does sort of feel a little bit strange to say that right now because Theory is so cold. So cold. But I think people see there's potential there. I think people look at him and go, he's got a good look. He was good when he was in the way. He's had good matches in NXT. Like, there's something there. There is something there. And I agree. But some of it is him not taking his opportunities. Some of it is creative, just being flipping awful. I mean, I don't know what the whole cash-in thing was, but that just killed his momentum for me. Him trying to cash in on a mid-card title rather than a world title. was stupid. I would much rather he cash in on a world title and fail. I said that at the time. I'd much rather he try and fail than try for a mid-card belt. Because even if you succeed, you're still only winning something you've had before. This is your ticket to the big time. If you're going to throw that ticket away, everyone's going to look at you as an idiot. Everyone's going to look at you as an idiot. I'm going to look at you as an idiot. And I don't think that's what we want. So him going for a mid-card was like, this is just, so bad. And then he didn't even succeed. He didn't even get it. He failed. He failed his cash-in on a mid-card title. I mean, you just absolutely killed him. They then tried to save him by giving him the mid-card title a bit later. But, and he had a run with it. But the damage was done. I mean, in my eyes, this was a guy that was an idiot. Just completely botched his cash in. He's now a mid-card champ when he had a ticket to the big time. And just dead. And then I think, like, where he has promos with Cena, he comes out second best. I think the Cena feud hurt Theory. And I think it's just bad thing on top of bad thing. And he was just dead. No momentum. He was just dead. And so they put him with Grayson. And then they don't really invest in that partnership. So you've got Grayson that's been around for a little while now. We ain't done much with him. You got Theory that's been around for a while now. We ain't done much with him. You got two people there, two good talents that you could do something with. And this is what we do with them. It's very disappointing. But, you know, I think the old saying is if you point the finger at someone, 10 fingers come pointing back at you. And this is what Carrion is trying to eliminate. He doesn't want to point the finger at someone and have 10 fingers pointing back at him. He doesn't want to point the finger saying they've not booked me right and have the creative go, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. And I think that, you know, his work on social media, I think his passionate promos, he's trying to maximize every minute that he gets, you know, trying to be cryptic. I mean, he is trying everything. And I think that's so that when he gets released, or if he gets released, right? And hopefully it doesn't happen. I have to stress that, right? I'm not hoping it doesn't happen, but if it was to happen, he can walk away with his head high and he can know he did everything. And he can point a finger and know that there ain't no fingers pointing back at him. Did everything that was ever asked of him. Was not a troublemaker, to my knowledge. Was great on social media. Whenever he was given the ball, created a buzz. Like, there's a real connection that people have with Carrion because he really does a lot, doesn't he? He does a lot of good stuff. He does a lot where he is like really trying to, you know, maximize. And people see that and they connect with that. I can't say the same with Austin Theory. What's Austin Theory done on social media? When he's had opportunity, has he knocked it out the park? Has he given, you know, has he given you a 7 out of 10 or has he given you a 12 out of 10? I mean, to me, Austin Theory sometimes delivers a 5. You know, if you was to actually rate what he's delivered, the quality of his work, the quality of his match, the quality of his promo, I don't think it's fair to just say that it's all creative that have let Austin Theory down. I think Theory has to look in the mirror and know that he could have done better. And maybe some of that was inexperience. Maybe some of that was, how am I meant to beat John Cena at a promo? John Cena absolutely schooled him. And, like, the match was not that great. And Theory might be like, well, the promo segment was set up that way. I was going to get my revenge at WrestleMania, but John was just not good enough in the ring. And it's like, well, okay, if that's kind of what happened and that's how you want to justify that, that's fine. If that's your truth, that's fine. But at the end of the day, you came out of that worse for wear. You came out of that. So could you have done more with the match? Could you have got more big spots in there? Could you have took the lead? Could you have gone big? And, you know, he could have gone for a massive splash and missed and, like, been in pain. And Cena wouldn't have to have done anything apart from just move out the way, you know? If Cena is limited in the ring and maybe was at that time, what can Theory do to compensate? What can Theory do, you know, to, you know, really bring the razzmatazz? I don't think he did. I think that match is mid. And if he wants to just say, well, John Cena was not able to carry his end of the bargain, well, yeah, well, you're meant to carry yours, and you're meant to overcompensate them. You're the young talent that's meant to be ready for this stage. So go out there and show it. This is your opportunity. You are wrestling John Cena at WrestleMania. This is a gift. So do something with it. And I just don't think he did. Honestly, I don't think he did. I think he went in there, was willing to do his side of it. And I don't think that he could overcompensate for any deficiencies of John. And I think as a result, an opportunity passed him by. It's how much you want to say that was a missed opportunity. That's going to vary, you know. I do feel a bit sorry for him because the honest truth might be he wasn't ready for that. Maybe an Austin Theory in that position now would think the way I'm saying and would maximize it better. But the Theory back then was just, you know, a young kid a few years ago, younger than he is now, that just thought he just needed to bring his end. And he wasn't going into it with the mindset of, I need to compensate for any Cena deficiency, you know? I mean, it's hard. It's really hard. Well, if you're a pro wrestler, I really feel like you are your own entity. You have to think about yourself. And this is why I've got a little tiny sympathy with Charlotte, because she is someone that I think was looking out for herself as well in that Tiffany feud. And I think she got the balance wrong. And I think that, you know, kind of spiraled. But she is someone that will sort of fight for her chances. She will fight. She won't just roll over and put people over. And there is a debate about, you know, whether, how far do you go with that? How far do you fight for you? And how far do you do what the company wants you to do? Because if I look at examples of people doing what the company wants them to do, I see Karrion Kross. I see Bayley. I see Natalia. I see people that get rolled over. I see people that don't make the WrestleMania cards. I see people that, you know, honestly, probably need a little bit more fight when it comes to the backstage politics. People that probably, yes, sir, no, sir, be a good soldier type situation, you know? We've said before, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. And I really think that is a balance. I really think you have to know how hard to push with that side of it. If you push too much, you are on the chopping block. You are a bad egg. You might not get used. You're a problem in the locker room. And I would say that I think Charlotte has gone too far at times in the past. But I disagree that she shouldn't stand up for herself to a degree. Because I think if you don't do that, you end up not being used. You end up being overlooked. You end up being an Natalia, being in a Bayley situation, being maybe like an Alexa. You know, these people struggle to get on TV. These people are not being used in stories because they are just accepting what they are given. They're not rocking the boat. It's hard. It is really hard because the honest, good answer is you do what the company tells you. You be a good soldier. That was the advice Karrion was given by Goldberg. And that should be the correct answer. In a perfect world, that should be the right answer. But I don't know that that's true. I don't know that that's true. I don't know that if you get to the WWE, that is the right advice. I sort of feel like there is a balance, and it's sort of like, be 90% a good soldier, be 80% a good soldier. But I do think you have to stand up for yourself to a degree. I do think there has to be a degree of you looking out for you as well. Not saying what Charlotte did has been perfect and everything she's done is right. Not saying that. But I am saying I can understand her having a bit of fight in her. I'm not saying that what Hogan used to do back in the day was right. But I understand him having a little bit of fight in him and not just rolling over. I get that. You know, Roddy Piper as well. You might know or not know, but Roddy Piper famously wouldn't allow people to pin him, never wanted to be pinned, never wanted to be beaten, really fought for, being strong. And, again, I can't say that is necessarily wrong. This is a part of the business. There's plenty of people that have kind of fought for their case back in the day. It was kind of a very old school mentality, actually. Back in the day, it's a balance, isn't it? You can't be difficult so you don't get used. But equally, you can't be a pushover where you just run the risk of being a jobber. You'll just become a jobber. You'll get TV time to just put others over. How do you find that sweet spot of being used and, not just losing all the time and, and then this business is not fair. It's not fair. And if you lose your aura, if you lose your momentum, if you do find yourself struggling to get consistent TV time, they'll cut you. You'll lose your job. You'll be gone. So as much as it's like, let's all hold hands and act like the world is a lovely, shiny place, people's livelihoods are at stake here. People's jobs are at stake here. And people are, you can understand there being a little bit of grit as to why they're trying to fight for those jobs, fight for those positions. So my point goes back to Austin Theory. How much has he been ready for that? Or has it just been, yes, I'll do that? No. I mean, you've got to, as I said, 90% do that. But I think there needs to be a little bit of grit in there. What ideas are you bringing to the table? That whole, I'm not keen on that, but what about this? Presenting alternatives. Bailey made a really good comment the other day. Bailey said she stopped doing that because she realized that when she gets given creative, she might not like it, right? Wrestlers don't always like what they're asked to do. Spoiler. So she might not like it. But she said she used to present alternatives, but she felt worse when the alternative was turned down than if she just didn't say anything, which I thought was fascinating. Because if I was in her shoes and someone said, right, we want you to, I don't know, get into a tag team with Pat, right? Now, obviously, I'm going to have a problem with that and I'm going to push back against that, right? But I would have thought that if I went to management and went, no, this ain't happening, yeah? Can we do this instead? If they had turned around and said, we hear you, but we really want to go this way, I would think that I would feel like I'd done everything I could. I've done everything I can. I've tried to present an alternative. I've done everything I can. And so in that situation, I would think that I would feel like, well, there's nothing I can do. I either do it or I have to leave. I either walk out, right? And of course I would walk out. But I would feel like I've done everything I could. It was really interesting to hear Bailey say that she did that and felt worse because it just meant she really didn't want to do the original idea. And I was like, that is so interesting. That is so interesting. I've never thought of that. I've never thought of that as a reason as to why you wouldn't present an alternative. And her reason is because if I do it and they turn it down, I actually feel worse about the idea I then have to do. And it's like, that is very interesting. Very interesting. James.
James Chadwick. Damn it. I need to try a lot harder to make you go insane.
Yeah. And you work hard at that anyway. I've got to say, you are a leading cause of my approaching insanity, which I see again. I think it's getting closer every day. It's waving at me at the window at the moment. It's going, let me in, like that. And honestly, the face of it is James Chadwick's face. That's what my insanity looks like. It's not just the word. It is literally James Chadwick that's standing at my window. Which is good, because it used to be Austin 316. But, so, you know. Is that an improvement? Maybe. A.B. Jobson.
A.B. Jobson. Hey Daze fam, can't wait for Iyo Jordan versus Giulia Roxanne tonight, as will Hendry get revenge on Trick for what happened on TNA Rebellion the other night.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. We spoke about that feud. I find that feud a little bit confusing, but of course Hendry has been invited to come along, and I'm thinking we're going to continue trying to turn Trick heel, is my guess with that. Iyo Jordan against Giulia Roxanne should be really fun. Yeah, it should be a good show. Looking forward to it. We've only got about 4 minutes as well until we start with it, so we will be going to it very soon.
To Lucha Lala. Theory needs a bunch of rebuilding. Triple H ruined him with this 1-year turn on Waller, just like not making heel day champs when they had the heat.
That's fair. Yeah, I do think that he's just been stuck in this tag team for a very long period of time, yes. Yeah. Days, will we get super chats in? We've got about 3.5 hours. Relax, guys. Yeah, we can jump. I think we've already got Daz's, to be honest. Daz said, when's post out for tomorrow? When's post out for tomorrow? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't put that out because of the whole game coming up. I'll get that done tonight. I'll get the post for tomorrow up tonight. I'm not so worried about the factions sending in because, to be honest with you, we have 3 factions. There's a 4th one that's coming in. I'm aware of that. I'm not aware of any other factions that are going to spring up. So I'm not too worried about the faction side. I suppose my focus has really switched over to the tag thing, which starts next Tuesday. But yeah, you are right. We need to get that post sorted, so I'll get that up tonight. Okay, 3 minutes to go, my friends. 3 minutes to go. And we will be underway with NXT from Orlando. We are back in Orlando. It feels like we were only there last week, but of course we weren't. Last week we were still in that theater, weren't we? The same place they did the Hall of Fame. Big Time said, Days NXT call-up seems to be a bit weird. Talent we would assume going to the main roster keep bouncing back and forth to NXT, and that's not official. Let's get rocking and move forwards. Yeah, I think that it might be that these people are like moved properly in the drafts. It might just be that they are kind of being used on both. I mean, in a way, I don't mind it because I think it's a good way of boosting NXT a little bit. It's kind of like Iyo is in a bit of a program with Giulia and Roxanne. And so we're going to see, something that played out yesterday, kind of the story continue tonight. We're sort of using Monday to help set up Tuesday. And I sort of think that's a pretty good thing to do, to be honest with you. Use your big show, Raw, just a little something there to set up your Tuesday show or an element of the Tuesday show. I really am not down on that. If anything, I'm surprised they don't do that on a more regular basis. So, yeah, if they want to bounce them around a little bit, I think they'll tidy it up once we get to the drafts. I think we'll find it that we'll actually tidy it up a little bit then. But I'm not down on it. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't have, if anything, it makes tonight a little bit bigger that we've got Iyo on the show. And she's going to be in action with Jordan taking on Giulia and Roxanne. Okay, here we go then. 3 seconds to go. I like this crossover, said Brony, on Raw and NXT. I think it's a positive. It's going to help NXT get familiar with the main roster crowd. Let's go, Kings and Queens. Netflix. Drake Williams. The live event is about to start. Matt Pete said, what draft? No one has mentioned it anytime soon. Yeah, it's not been mentioned, but historically it's normally done around this time. So I think I read in the dirt sheets that there was one that was coming. But that might just be them saying because it's normally around this time. But the rumor is just past Backlash, we should get one. Bubba-dum, bubba-dum. Together. Blue Whale Sonic, hello. Hope you're doing well. Need to Nitro said, sorry, I just had some shade to throw. Don't mind me. Whoa. Hello. Shade is being chucked around. Love that. Take a 99 said, Daze, do you think that when the Wyatts return, the pop will be just as good as when they debuted last year? I don't think so. I think when they debuted, it was fresh, it was new, there was no reason to be down on the group. It was just nothing but excitement. I think when they come back, I think there's going to be a slight air of, please don't botch it this time. I think there's going to be a slight air of, how's this going to go, you know? I mean, I see, unfortunately, a few comments of people like, forget the Wyatt Six, they're a joke. It was never going to work. It hasn't worked. They're dead. They're going to get released. I mean, none of that bothers me. I don't give a flip about that. Those kind of comments don't have any effect on me whatsoever, but I sort of feel like that gives you an insight into how people are feeling about the group. Not everyone is on boards. I think that it has done harm, what we've been through. So I think there will be excitement. I think it would be a positive reaction. But I could also probably sense there being this edge of, this group hasn't really worked very well, and I'm still not convinced it's going to work very well, which means that you're just going to have that little bit of doubt. You're going to have that little bit of hesitation on the fringes, which I don't think was there when they debuted. There you go. Trick Williams in the ring at a Rebellion. Okay, we are back. Guys, we're Trick fans, by the way. We're Trick fans. If you want to cheer for Joe Hendry, that is absolutely fine. All are welcome. But this guy right here, yeah, I'm a Trick Williams stan. I love Willie. Here's Joe Hendry. So Joe Hendry is going to start the show. I can only imagine he's here to apologise. I can only imagine he's here to say to Trick Williams, I'm very sorry about the comments I made last week. I should have treated you with a little more respect than I did, and I am going to extend the hand of friendship. That's what I expect. And Trick will come out, and he'll be like, okay. No harm done. Just don't be a douche again. And then they'll shake hands, and we'll all cry, because it'll be the Trick fans, and it'll be the Joe Hendry fans coming together. Right, Hannah.
Hannah Dabuntobi. Daze. More names the writing team would have for Daze if he was a wrestler. Perv Angle. The British Nightmare Daisy Rhodes. $10 Boomer Ted Dazias. Michael P.S. Daze.
Thank you, Hannah. I was just thinking about the $10 billion Boomer Ted Daisy Ossie. Oh. Okay, Joe Hendry is back. I just wrestled Randy Orton. And he talks about defending his TNA championship. It's a few boos. Trick. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Nah. I feel like this is going to be a split crowd, you know, which is understandable. They like that cross the line thing, don't they? But he is. Okay. TNA World Heavyweight Championship is better than AEW, said Taker. The audio is off. The audio is a bit off, yeah. My audio's touch out. Oh, he's not apologised, you know. He's not apologised. Well, it's actually because of the comments that you made last week. I'm going to make it nice and easy. So he calls out Trick. Oh, is it going to be Dark State? Yeah, Dark State are here. Trick better not make the save. Trick better not make the save. Not after the flipping comments that Joe Hendry's just made. Mate, let him drown. Let him drown. He's getting murked by Dark State. Hendry planted. Good. I'm glad Trick didn't make the save. Look at Saquon dancing around. Yeah, I'm glad that Trick didn't come out when he was asked to, and I'm glad that he didn't make the save. Welcome back to NXT. Iyo, yes! Here's Jordan. Her English has really come on, hasn't it? Tight. The juggernaut and the genius of the sky. So, Iyo and John, really feels like Iyo has really gone up in star power for me recently. There's Lexis King polishing his throne. He's going to be taking on Ricky Saint. Is that going to be our next match? Coming up next. I love Iyo, but I miss Asuka and her dancing, said Dr. Lucha Lala. I love Iyo and Giulia. Why can't they be friends, says Mayor Pete. Jeremy said, I'm in the UK. Feed and speech doesn't match the mouth. That is true. It's out, isn't it, by a touch? Polishing his what? His penis. He was polishing his throne and his penis. I might have the wrong stream on, to be honest. I thought that would be the main event, said Porky Pig. That tag team looks fun, said AB Jobson. Are you watching the same thing I'm watching? Are you on the right stream as well, AB? Because I'm watching a tag match right now, but they seem to be hurting each other, like, more than usual. Some of the noises are not the normal noises I hear. And honestly, the ring gear is getting even skimpier. Let's put it that way. Are you sure that's Lexis King? I don't know. The woman did just call him a king, so I think it was. I don't know. I'll keep watching. I'll let you know. Ninja said, "Why did it feel out of sync?" Because it was. It did seem to be like a touch enough where you could look at it and go like that. There just seemed to be a bit of a delay. I don't know if it was on the feed or if it was something to do with the microphone, but he seemed to be talking and then there was like milliseconds where there was a slight delay. It was nothing massive, just enough to make you go. Daze, you keep avoiding my wrestling comments, so here goes. My penis is caught in my penis hole because I put my penis in my penis hole. Please help. Guys, can anyone help William? He's got his penis caught. Daze, stop watching that William porno, says, I can't, James. Your performance was so good in it. Yami said, the women of NXT deserve those tag titles. Maybe a tournament to crown new champions after the belts are stripped from Liv and Raquel. Well, I don't know that they're going to strip them. Because she's got the paperwork signed, and I don't think the next logical step is, okay, Liv's going away, so we've got to take these belts away. I've got to think that there's going to need to be a new partner found for Raquel. You know, Chelsea did that. She was in a tag team with Sonya, and Sonya got injured. And so Piper Niven took over, and we just continued. And I've got to think that this has been signed off, authorized by management. So I've got to think there's going to be a new tag partner. But who is that person? I don't know. Dakota? Maybe we're sort of done with damage control. Dakota and Raquel were together, weren't they, down in NXT? I don't even know if she might be injured. I don't know. She's always injured. Why would they strip healthy talent that are capable of fighting, said Suzuki. Well, because if one person is not able to compete, then they have actually stripped them in the past. In fact, wasn't Raquel in that situation previously? I think when Liv got injured or something. Here's Carmen, Tatum, Gigi. Here's Ashanti. Carmen's taking on Soul tonight. Cringe. So, Carmen and Ashanti, looks like they had a little falling out, but they're trying to make it work. They're trying to fix things. Okay, here we go then. Lexis King is going to be in action against Ricky Saints. I always get excited when I'm watching a Ricky Saints match. He is so... He's getting up there, you know. I've got Trick. I've got Javon. I've got Ricky Saints. And with the weird Trick booking that we're going through at the moment, Ricky Saints might be my guy. He might be my guy, actually. Can you get a Ricky Saints shirt? I might need one. I keep saying this, and I never end up buying anything. But I might buy a Ricky Saints shirt. Let's have a look. Ricky Saints. Oh, there is. It's yellow, and it says absolute. Is he going to wear that tonight? Is that new? Is he wearing a yellow t-shirt? No, he isn't. This is my guy. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, man. I'm not sure how I feel about the shirt. It's one of those that you could wear if you went to the wrestling. I'd wear that if I went to an NXT thing, but would I wear that to the pub? I always ask that question. Is that a pub shirt? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. All right, we are underway. I don't think I've seen that before. It might be old. Well, it can't be that old. He ain't been around that long. Oof. Nice missile drop kick there by Ricky. Ricky grabbing Lexis. Chopping him, driving him back. Big shot coming in there by Ricky. And again. I just put Ricky Saints in. It's only got a shirt and an unsigned picture. And then just a load of Ricky the Dragon Steamboat stuff. Okay, right, against the ropes goes Lexis. Back elbow there by Ricky. Ricky hasn't took his jacket off, but he's taking it off now. Ooh, he got him right in the mouth. Shot coming in there. This is a future NXT champion. It's not even debatable. It's a case of when. When is Ricky going to win that NXT championship? Chop coming in there by Lexis. We almost saw Ricky's Little Saints, said Vic. He stole that pose from Michael Jackson, said Denise. Well, as long as that's the only thing he copies of Michael Jackson, then I think we're okay. He can have the moonwalk as well. He's allowed to have that, but he's not allowed to do some of the other stuff. He can have a monkey. He walks over. He goes on the back. Do it. Do the pose. He's on the barricades. So good. So good. Ricky. What was that woman doing in the background? She was like, yeah. She was like that. I don't even know what that... I still might not be watching NXT, to be honest, but there was a woman that was like, yeah. Mate, she was feeling it. A little bit too much. Oh, that guy in the crowd's got one of those yellow Ricky Saint shirts. Oh, Lexis. Just chop the ring post, mate. Pfft, silly boomer. Elbow drop. Yeah, you can spot them, can't you, now? There's about 4 people in the crowd with those yellow shirts on. I sort of respect the fact that Ricky doesn't wear them. I sort of respect the fact that he doesn't feel a need to wear it. He's just cool enough, to not need to wear his own merch. Over in the corner, Lexis coming out. Boot coming in there by Ricky. Big chop coming in. Sonny said, after NXT, if anyone wants, I'm going to do an Oracle Tarot reading in the Discord. If you are interested, let me know. Sonny, shout out to you. William said his poses are pretty good, honestly. It didn't work for Austin Theory, but maybe Ricky Saints can make it work on the main roster. Mate, that was wrestling related, and it made perfect sense. William! Oh my God. This is kind of like when Kojiko puts in messages that we understand, and it just doesn't really feel right. Look at you. Love that for you. Shot coming in there by Ricky. The NXT fans are annoying with the Ricky Strikes chant, says Big Time. How'd you feel about the Big Time? How'd you feel about the Tony fumbled thing? Oh, looking for a suplex. I think Ricky is sexy, said Caesar. I can understand that. Oh, back up. Yeah. So they were going to go that way, going to go that way, going to go that way, but it was Ricky that got it, and kick out there by Lexis. Daze, my sister, is moving from Ohio in the US to the UK, Oxfordshire. Is that a good place to live? Yes. Yes, Tyler. Oxfordshire makes me think of Oxford, of course. And Cambridge, Oxford's, York, Bristol. These are all very nice historic places. You don't hear of, like, bad crime and stuff like that. It's very picturesque. Yeah, lovely. Lovely. I mean, as you go to, like, the bigger cities, places like Birmingham, Liverpool, that's where you can start to find crime, obviously. That's where you can start to find areas that are a bit run down. A lot of those places were very industrial. And as the industrial revolution kind of slowed, it's left a lot of empty factories behind, a lot of run-down areas. So, you know, there's areas of Birmingham that are a dive, honestly. It's always quite fun for me when people do those videos. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but let's click randomly on the UK until we find an ugly place. I've seen a few of those videos where people just click on an area and then it zooms in and they just go to see if they can find an ugly place. And actually, quite often it takes the people quite a few times to find an ugly place. But it's normally when they click on a city. You know, if they click on Birmingham or they click on Liverpool, they go to like a suburb or something. I mean, yeah, these places are not picturesque. They've got their charm. You know, if you go to Liverpool, you've got the Beatles Museum and the docks and, you know, nice shopping area and all of that. But you can find a lot of rundown areas, a lot of empty factories, a lot of, you know, abandoned kind of neighborhoods. And there's definitely areas you would stay away from in each city. Same with Liverpool. I mean, London. Crime in London's horrific. You hear all the time about people getting watches stolen, phones stolen. Got to be really careful. But no, somewhere like Oxfordshire. Beautiful. Lovely. She'll get a proper English experience there. Kick out. Since NXT is at the PC, who sells the tickets? I'm not 100%, to be honest, how it works. What I heard was that you have to join a Facebook group. I think it's a WWE Facebook group. And tickets go on sale via a link there. But you have to be a member. So you have to be a member and you have to go to this Facebook group to get tickets to go to the Performance Center. To my knowledge, it's not just available on their website, the WWE website. I think this is how you get a lot of the same sort of people going, you know? I think it's a way of maybe making it a little harder for tourists. You can't just rock up and buy tickets on the door. What I heard is that you have to go to Full Sail to get on a bus. So you park at Full Sail, you get on a bus. Full Sail is actually not too far away from the Performance Center. So you get on a bus, it's like a less than 5-minute drive. And then they drop you off, do the show, and then you get on the bus and go back to your car after. So you can't rock up and buy tickets on the door. Oh, mate, look at that DDT. Lovely pace to this match, by the way. But yeah, it's kind of, you need to know where to go type situation to get tickets. And I think a lot of people just buy them. Ricky gets the win. I think people just buy them. You know, not in blocks, but like this is why you get a lot of the same people that go. They know they're members. They know how to, when it goes on sale, how to get to the front of the queue, all that stuff. Lovely work. Some lovely pace to that match. We was at commercial break for a little bit of it. Came back just for the ending. And Ricky picks up the victory. Is someone going to jump him? I always think that when we're in the entranceway. Nope. Hey, the Tony thing will be good. That match was all right. You've all fallen short. You was just fingertips away. It's a good line, isn't it? If you fear failure, you are just putting limitations on your life. How do we become more cohesive? So it's a Cullen promo, by the way. I'm here for you all. I want you to rise. Okay, good. Yeah. Daze, are you doing the Canelo fight? Looks like a good cards. I'm going to watch it without a doubt. When Canelo loses to Crawford. I'm not 100% at the moment. There's actually something pretty big going on in my life in that my dad has been trying to retire for about 2 years now. He long ago reached the age where he needed to retire. And he works in a hotel. And they've been trying to sell the hotel. And as soon as the hotel sells, he's done. He wanted to be done years ago, but he loves the company. He doesn't want to let them down. And he wants to, make sure that the hotel gets sold. So he's actually stuck around a few years, longer than he planned, needed to. Just, he could have retired years ago, but he's done it out of, the right thing to do. And they just can't sell this flipping hotel. People keep coming in and putting bids for it, and it will get quite far. And then they'll give up and they'll walk away, right? And we found out at the weekend, a guy has said, I want it, and I want it now. I want the hotel. So my dad doesn't own the hotel, he just manages it, right? But the guy's like, yeah, I want it. I need it done by Wednesday. He's got a loan to buy the hotel, and it's got to be done by Wednesday. So my dad is like, okay, right. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of come out of nowhere. And so my dad's a bit like, right, yep, let's, okay, we can do this. And, they've gone through the process. It's got to the point where tomorrow is Wednesday, and we are just waiting to see if the paper gets signed. We're just waiting to find out if it gets signed. If it is, my dad is retired. Like, he's done. And my dad has worked so hard. Like, I put work in, and I do it because my dad has always done it, and he's kind of, shown me what it's like. Work hard. That's what you do, yeah? And I have grown up with my dad in my life, of course, and he would come home every weekend, but he would be working in hotels during the week. So he'd be staying in the hotel where he worked, and then he'd come home on a Saturday, Sunday, and then I wouldn't see him again Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then he'd come home Saturday, Sunday. And, he's always been in my life. I wish he'd been around more, of course, but he's just always worked hard. It is crazy to think that he is literally going to be retired. Like, that is... It's huge for our family, really, that he will no longer be going to work and that he will just be around all the time. Like, that's... My mum's like, I don't know how I'm going to cope. My dad's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's weird. It's really weird. But very exciting as well. So it's hard for me to answer as to what I'm doing this weekend because obviously I've said whatever you need. Because, you know, I mean, like, what do you need? Because he doesn't just walk out. I mean, there's so much tying up of loose ends. I mean, apparently there's like loads of paperwork that's got to be archived. There's, you know, just loads of like stuff that needs sorting. So I'm like, what do you need? So I don't know. I mean, honestly, it's all a little bit up in the air, to be honest with you. Obviously, I'll let people know, but we don't know ourselves. We might get an idea tomorrow, but and he might not need me for anything. There might be nothing that he can do, but I have said to him, at the moment, I don't really have anything for the weekend. At the moment, like, I could do the Canelo fight, but I don't have to. And it's my dad. So if he needs my help this weekend, then I can be available. I'd like to do that for him as well. Of course I would. I mean, when I moved from Southampton, well, I mean, it's my dad. He's been there for me my whole life. But when I moved from Southampton, he was down there with the van, helping me pack stuff up. You know what I mean? Like, clearly I'm going to be there for him. So, you know, if it gets sold tomorrow, this hotel, I will say to him, you know, what do you need? I can be there this weekend. So you can have me Saturday, Sunday. I got to do SmackDown on Friday. I got to do Raw on Monday, but yeah, I can be there Saturday, Sunday. And I can give you 2 days of like, let's get stuff packed, let's get stuff moved. But what do you need? But honestly, until it gets signed, I don't think even he knows. So, I can't really sit here and talk about the weekend at the moment because I don't know myself. But yeah, weird little kind of family situation where it's not bad. It's not like someone's ill or, you know, anything like that. But there is something going on there that like he might need my help with. So, but again, at least it's not like someone's ill. Oh, hello. Oh, just knock that cable. It does that when I knock the flipping cable. Guys, look, I've frozen like a boomer. Just as Tony's coming out of Frozen. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Look at me. I'm such an old boomer. I've gone out of sheer embarrassment. Sheer embarrassment. Okay. Tony is making his way back out. Oh God, I'm still frozen. Look like a boomer. Jesus. Is that one? Is that froze as well? Oh my God, everything's flipping froze. There's just me in different poses. The hell? Guys, I better not be disappeared whilst this is happening because that is just not a good look, is it? Oh God, he's talking. I'm still here. I've not left. Tony's talking about a betrayal. Okay, hang on. We can fix this. I'll do that. Oh God, that's froze as well. Everything's froze. Oh Jesus. Well, that one shouldn't be froze. Here's Tony. Oh God, this is a nightmare. I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm back. This is what loyalty is all about. Guys, I've just put this green screen behind me because it just fixes things. There we go. Don't mind me. Keep watching the show. I'm just fixing stuff. Why is this looking? It don't matter. Okay, Tony's talking about how Stax had his back. If I knock my PC, it does this. It's flipping annoying. At the same time, Stax's impulsivity jeopardized this family. There we go. I'm back, baby. You might not have noticed, but there was a little technical glitch there for a second. Seamless. Right. He took that knife and he stuck it in my back. Opening match, good 97. You're going to pay for your sins. No one's heard from Luca. Rizzo's in hiding. Okay, here we go. Here's Stax. He's on a bridge. Okay. This is great. Okay. I'm sick of taking your orders. Wow. So it looks like Stax is talking about a power struggle. You're shaken. What's next? Oh, is he going to get attacked? Are they going to attack him? Yeah, he is starting to think that, isn't he? You don't know who you can trust. Yeah, look, they're like, nah, we're good. Okay, what's that? Are those the security guards? So the security, but why is the family not helping him? The security might be attacking him, but why has no one come to help him? They're standing applauding, but I don't like the look of that. You want to be the Don? Oh, he's fired up, man. He's fired up. I don't like the fact that the guys behind him didn't help. But Stax basically saying, oh, are we getting more of that? So he's basically saying you were not capable of leading the family. Your decisions allowed Dark State to get the advantage over us. Which, it's interesting. Power struggle. That's the story they're telling. Definitely feels like there's lots of twists and turns with this still to come, though. Definitely feels like we've only just started scratching the surface with this. And I think the fact that those guys behind him didn't jump in to try and help might mean that Stax has already got to them. Has he got to the Riz? Oh, my God. I don't know. I hope she's safe. Anything happens to her, this community's kicking off. Angel Imperious, shout out to you, my friend. Said Daze, lots of love from the Philippines, and then threw in 15 gifted memberships. So Angel Imperious, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Really appreciate the generosity. It's such a kind thing to do. Welcome to all these new members as well. We do a member stream on a Thursday. We do play a faction game on a Wednesday. I'd say jump in and just get a taste of it. And actually, we're going to be starting a brand new tag team game next week, so you could certainly join in with that. So, yeah, we do 2 kind of games with the members. As of next week, we will be. And we do a member stream on a Thursday. And we've been talking about other ideas as well. But yeah, I think for the short term, we're going to try and get like the games up and running, figured out, get it, get the vibe right, get that sorted, and we'll look at other stuff after. But also this week we're going to be doing Hall of Fame. So this is a good week to be a member because you will get to nominate this week someone that you want to see go into the Hall of Fame. The 4 people that get the most nominations, they will actually find a way of... Oh, that reminds me. I don't think I've done AB, actually. AB. Shout out to you. I will get on that. So, yeah, we are going to nominate the next person to go in for the month of April. So we'll get that sorted. We'll get the 4 people with the most nominations. They will go in the poll, and we'll get the poll up, and that will run over the weekend. And I don't know how we're going to announce the winner. Normally we would do it at the weekend. Maybe we'll have to announce it on Monday instead or something. We'll get to it. We'll figure it. So yeah, lots. New game next week. Hall of Fame this week. Lots going on. So, Angel Imperia, shout out to you. I really appreciate the support, buds. Hope you're enjoying NXT this evening. Very interesting little clip that we got there with Tony, of course. I like that story. I find it very interesting. Daze, you mentioned earlier about how Lexis King moves a bit slow. The match with Ricky was the perfect example of that. He does need more reps because he just couldn't keep up, says Big Time. Yeah, I mean, I think it's true. It would be better if he did have a little bit more agility, a little bit more pace about him. He might be able to bring something a little bit different. I mean, even if he doesn't have the pace, but he can outthink, out-strategize, constantly, like, sort of know what his opponent's going for, get out the way. Like, there's obviously lots of different ways that people can wrestle. I don't need everyone to be cookie-cutter exactly the same. So, yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be to his advantage if he can, change that tempo and increase the pace and all of that. But, and he should look to improve that. I'm not disagreeing. But I think there's also another way that he can go about it, and that would be to be like a strategist. Fighting Lexis King is difficult because he can outmaneuver you. You could have all this pace and all of this, but yeah, he's clever. I'd go something like that with him. Because I don't know that he's ever going to be really explosive. You might be able to get improvement there, but I don't know what percentage improvement. So perhaps we need to take a different approach. Kelly, shout out to you. Says, Dormouse has been killing the Discord. Trini as well. She's awesome. Matter, just because he's my best friend. Oh, well, it's great to hear that people are having fun in there. Leanne said, Daze, here's a little update for the tornado. My house is destroyed, but my family is okay. Huh? My Bible and pictures of loved ones, my God and Jesus survived. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where are you then? How did you go from a tornado warning to your house is destroyed? Here's metaphor. Leanne, give us an update. I don't know. That seems crazy. Okay, we got Oro. We got Noam. We've got... Oh no. Metaphor is sitting down. A lot has changed. Okay, are they splitting? It's time for Oro to be Oro's main man. Oh no, are they splitting the tag team? They're going to split Metaphor. Why would you split Lash and Jakara? You can hear the crowd saying no. Oh, they've split Metaphor up. But I think even worse than that, they've split Jakara and Lash. Yeah, people are booing. Oh, that's not good at all. People were booing, man. People were booing. Metaphor is meta no more. Daze, I say, I've got a question. I'm interested to know if you're the same, but most men, boys I know, are mommy's boys. None are really daddy's boys. Are you closer to one or close to both? I've never been that's weird. I find that just a bit weird, to be honest. I've never been a mommy's boy or a daddy's boy. I don't know. I find that a bit weird. I mean, as I said, when I was growing up, my dad was not around every day. Like, he didn't go to work and come home every day. I'd see him over weekends. So it was always exciting when he was back because it was like, oh, my dad's back on Friday. And I don't know. I just sort of used to play football and I don't know. I can't really answer that because I was neither. I just grew up with my mum and my dad. I understand the question, though. I have heard that before. I have heard mommy's boy and daddy's boy. I have heard those. But I think that tends to be when you're like 6, 7, maybe even younger than that. Kick coming in there by... Okay, we are underway with that next match. This is... I can't believe I'm not over Metaphor. I haven't got over it. Carmen and Sol. Hannah said, interesting question. If you were stuck with a decision to date the hottest woman on the planet and miss WrestleMania, would you do it as you would miss seeing and streaming Mania live? Well, I don't know. I mean, there's too many tangibles, isn't there? I mean, if it was a date that was not going to go like anywhere, like I didn't think that was someone that I was going to, you know, if it was just a one-off date and there was not going to be like a relationship that came out of it or something like that, I probably wouldn't, actually. I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't. I don't know. These are weird questions. Well, I don't know what's really happening. What's happening? What's happening with the community? Would you miss WrestleMania to go on the date with the hottest woman in the world? And are you a mommy's or a daddy's boy? These are weird. You lot are being weird. Right now, we've got shots coming in by Sol. Sol going over to the corner. Guys, Metaphor literally just broke up. And you're acting like that's not a thing. Drop kick there by Carmen. A victory would put Carmen in championship opportunity. Shot coming in there by Carmen, and again Sol going back against the ropes. Sol with another big shot coming in, kick coming into the midsection, elbow to the back of the head, chop coming in there by Sol. Carmen going against the rope, shoulder tackle there by Sol, going up, down goes Carmen. Again, colliding into Carmen. Going over the other side into the corner. Got her on her back and boom, plants her down against the ropes. Over the other side, big knee. Soul in control. Soul snatch. Oh, yeah, she was... Oh, she got caught on the ropes there. She was going for that Soul Snatcher. Right now, she's getting thrown back in the ring. Here's Carmen. No, Joy reversed over 1, 2. No Joy. Going over the other side, going up, kick coming in there, but ooh, she just went for a kick. Soul Snatcher, connects. Ah, she's dead. 1, 2, she's dead. She died. Carmen died. Ah, I wasn't expecting it to end that quickly, but it did. Soul Snatcher. We've still got Iyo coming up. I love the Soul Snatcher, says Austin. Hello, Austin. Hope you're well. Hope you are well. Soruka. Big Time said, let's be real. Oro was probably doing cartwheels with Noam coming back and getting back to NXT. And then Lash said, go back to Evolve. That is true, actually. He's probably like, this is my ticket back. Oh, she's... Oh! Carmen kicks Ashanti. Oh, yeah, look, that's... Isn't that like abuse in the relationship? There he is. Yeah. T-dub on his chain. That's my guy. It's either him or Ricky Saints, but I'm still with Trick Willie. Oh no, what's this? What's this? Season finale. Is that Trick? Is that Trick? All American. Dude look like Trick in that show. Is he in that show? He is in that show. Trick Williams to guest star in All American Season 7 finale. Guys, he's an actor now. He's a celebrity. Dude's only in developmental. And he's now on shows. Look, I froze. Oh my God, I froze over there. Look, that's me just contemplating what I've seen. Oh God. It's not a great look for me, but it's okay. It's okay. What a boomer. What a sexy boomer. I like the sidebar image of Stone Cold crashing and it says, we'll be right back. I don't even know what that's about. Can I steal it? I'm going to steal that. Guys, I've stolen that. I've stolen that. Can I add that to the stream? I'm actually doing a lot of work considering I'm perfectly still. Bum ba ba dum bum bum bum. We'll be right back. I'm gonna press. Can I press the add button whilst we're at an ad break? No, I don't even know if that's playing an ad or not, but I pressed it. There's a button there that I can press, and I just pressed it. And I never normally press it. But then I never normally ever will be right back thing. Bum, ba, ba, dum, bum. There we go. Yeah, I could be doing that all the time. Yeah, but I don't, do I? You don't know how good you've got it. You don't know how good you've got it. Daze, Trick is about to become a part-timer before he even becomes a full-timer on the main roster. Yeah, he's working a reduced schedule in NXT now. He's working a reduced schedule. Let's go. Daze, you know it's a good stream when you're singing, but we've got to get the halftime score song back. We probably do, actually, Hannah. That is probably correct. Opala said, the cold Steve Austin never bothered me. Let it go. Let it go. Opala, hello. Hope you're doing well. Taker 1990 said, do we think we'll see Bayley at Backlash during Lyra Becky's match? Oh, we could do. Yeah. Maybe we're going to build to another Bayley-Becky feuds during the summer. I mean, she did attack her. She's surely got to come for revenge, so... They're still going with LFG. This is like a never-ending show. Superstar Sunday. I'm going to have so many episodes to catch up with. Here he is! Dun, 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 dun. That trick. Whoop, that trick. Whoop, that trick. Whoop, that trick. That trick. Whoop, that trick. He's still got the fans. It's not as loud as it usually is. They've done an excellent job of ruining this. They've done a brilliant job of ruining this aura. Are you watching, Sean? But he's still got people with him. Bum 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 bum. I'm still riding with you. I'm still riding with you, Willie. Trick looking around. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see where we are with... let's talk about it. Go on, Trick. Light it up, mate. This is your opportunity. He's got a bit of work to do here, hasn't he? Joe Hendry. Let me try it one more time. Joe Hendry. He's listening out. You better be glad Dark State got to you before I did. Go on, Trick. Cook. Cook, Trick, cook. You got the best of me last week. Some might even say Trick crashed out. I looked up your schedule. Oh, he had to go to LA for that, did he? Let's talk about it. That's a long way to go, isn't it? Whilst I was in LA, I went to Hollywood's. He's hitting the big screen. What are you doing, Trick? Trick, really going to be on the big screen? Well, that's not the big screen. That's the little screen. Boomer. I like you, but don't lie to me. Big screen cinema. I don't think this is at the cinema. This is television. Hollywood Trick. Hollywood Trick. I'm Hollywood Joe Hendry, your local talent. Hollywood trick. Hollywood trick. I'm in the same lane as people like The Rock. Like John Cena. Few boos for Joe Hendry then. Who's coming out? Ava. I had to kick you out because you wrecked the place. I used to think that Trick was NXT, but I'm bigger than NXT. That's not going to go down well with the fans. I'm the biggest star here, and I'm the biggest star in TNA. Let's talk about it. Okay. Battle Royal. Battle Royal next week. Okay. Winner of a Battle Royal next week will face Obafemi. Winner of a Battle Royal faces Obafemi. Tell you what, though, Trick definitely making some noises there that feel a little heelish. I'm the biggest star in NXT. I'm too big for NXT. It's not a great line to say, is it? NXT fans are not going to appreciate that. Here's Roxanne and Giulia. Here's a... The Prodigy and the Beautiful Madness together, unstoppable. Right, here we go. Hank and Tank. Hank and Tank are here. Honk, honk. Hank and Tank taking on... Who they taking? I can't even remember. Oh, it's Briggs and Inamura, isn't it? Inamura. Right. The what? The what bandits? Summit Bandits. The Summit Bandits are here. Restaurant said Trick has a big hill to climb back to the top. Sean has absolutely butchered his booking. I don't disagree, honestly. The only thing I can think is that we're turning him heel and that he's going down a road of being too big for the NXT crowds. That's all I can think is that we're trying to go down a heel road. Carmen against Soul. I need to jot down. Where's the score gone for that? Oh, I didn't end the poll. What a boomer. Days, I've been thinking about Seth's new faction and assuming that it's supposed to be like Evolution. I think they need to add Mello and Miz. Since Heyman can't wrestle, I think Miz could play that Rick role, said AKF. AKF, shout out to you, buds. jot these down. Good 95 for that Carmen Soul match. So good 97, good 95. Now we got Hank and Tank taking on Briggs and Inamura. Okay, where are we? We have snuck into the second hour. Belly Bandits, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. Thank you. The Belly Bandits. AB Jobson said the Prodigy and the Beautiful Madness is an alliance that I am in on. I love them both. Daze, if the Wyatt Six just don't come back and we move on, what would be the overall thoughts about them? My overall thoughts would be a huge missed opportunity. I think that it would be a real shame, honestly, if we didn't do that. So I don't see that happening, honestly. I don't think that we're abandoning them. I think sometimes, I know you're not saying this, but I do think there are doom-mongerers out there that really just... I think there's people that don't believe in them anyway and just want to give up on them anyway. And then I think there are fans that are so disheartened, they're just like, no, it's done. It's dead. They've missed the chance. I think if you've watched wrestling for a while, you know that this can easily be saved. You've just got to, I mean, the truth is, something that's cool is cool. And so if you can put them into a cool, creative, if you can get a good presentation, if it's cool and it works, it's cool and it works. Do you know what I mean? So for me, it's sometimes we can get a bit overcomplicated with stuff. Just good creative is good creative. They just need good creative. Give them good creative and it'll work. Put them in a cool storyline. If something's cool, it's cool. It will work. They're not buried. They're not dead. It's not over. You just got to put them in good stories and use them on TV consistently. Do that. We're back. We're back. It's just doing that, isn't it? It's just getting that ball rolling. I hope they repackage them better, said Ninja, than what they did last year. They have got to change some things. Steven said, I'm done with the Wyatt Six. Do you know, I sensed something in myself that I was not proud of. But I sensed, and this is me being painfully honest. I'm going to be painfully honest, right? Honest to a flaw. I sensed that I was so tired of false starts. I was so done of teases or, Joe Gacy teasing something and nothing coming of it. Nikki Cross teasing stuff, nothing coming of it. Even the Wyatt Six account putting messages out earlier this year, nothing coming of it. I just want them back. And that glitch that happened on Raw, I think historically last year, I would have been more into that. I think historically last year, I would have been more excited by that. And I actually see people getting excited by it. And I saw that you can sort of make out during one brief moment, it may say Alexa. But I can't find the enthusiasm to go with it. That's what it's done to me. There's been so many false starts. There's been so much stuff that's happened that's just not resulted in anything. I'm at the point where, honestly, it's hard for me now, unless it's really obvious, to get excited and enthusiastic about things like that. And to be honest with you, I think it's a flaw, because I know people want to get excited and I know people want to get enthusiastic, but I just couldn't. During the Unseen, I just don't feel this. It could be another false dawn. It might be nothing. It might, we could get excited over nothing again, and I just don't want to. And I do regret that. I wish I felt different. I wish I could get enthused, but honestly, I'm no good at, I'm no good at making out if I'm excited if I'm not. I just didn't feel it. But it could be... Oh, my God, what's the Undertaker doing here? This is your yards? For now. Oh. Oh. Okay. That's a great segment. That's a great way to promote LFG. Because if you're not watching that show, you want to know more about that show now, don't you? So Undertaker, like, this is your yard for now, but I've got some guys coming. I mean, once they actually debut, I obviously don't think Undertaker will stick around. But what a way to promote LFG and promote new talent. Really brilliant. Really brilliant. I was not expecting that. We were just chatting away, and then boom, next thing I know, flipping Undertaker's on my screen. Here's Briggs and Inamura. They're coming down. I can't even remember what we were talking about. We were talking Wyatt 6, weren't we? Oh, yeah, I was saying about how I really wish I could be more enthusiastic about the glitch that happened. And I really mean that. I think last year I would have been, is my honest answer. And I think it's not that I don't want it to be connected, or it's not that I don't think there's, you know, a little summit there. I think it's interesting. You can sort of make out the word Alexa. I think that's interesting. But I'm so done with getting my hopes up. I'm so done with that. I'm so done with, is it, isn't it? I just bring them back. Just bring them back. Either do teases that are super obvious so that we know, or just flip and bring them back, because I think this has tested a lot of people's patience. Inamura with a shoulder tackle, and Tank went down, and we are underway with this tag team match. Let's go. Brony said, a race one team from history: Hardys, Dudleys, Usos, Hank and Tank. I do enjoy these difficult questions. Boom. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Daze, Hollywood is ruining WWE. Not Cena. Hollywood is constantly taking our superstars. Yeah, stupid Hollywood. Taking our stars away from us. It's a pretty good show tonight, said Eric. It is pretty fun, yeah. Back elbow there by Inamura. Briggs coming over, grabbing a hold of Hank. Going against the ropes. Back elbow there by Briggs. I mean, look, Hank and Tank have really been delivering some fast speed, great action. Yeah, he's fired up, mate. He is fired up. Dave's best Raw, SmackDown after WrestleMania moments. Massive pops. WrestleMania rematch debuts, return, said Nolan. What are we saying that what we had was? Or are you asking what were? We kind of covered a lot last week when we were going through the week. The ones that jump out to me are obviously Brock's return. I tell you, the low-key one I enjoy as well is Cesaro when he got angry at the beach ball. There was a beach ball in the crowd, and do you remember Cesaro went and grabbed it and took it away, and there was loud boos? You've got things like Roman getting booed out the building the night after WrestleMania 33. I mean, the heat there was just insane. Some of the loudest boos I've ever heard. That was insane. Paige is an amazing moment where she stands up to and gets the title from AJ Lee. Few really fun call-ups. Enzo and Big Cass was really fun. Dolph Ziggler cashing in was really fun. I mean, we used to do loads. You've had, as you said, there's been call-ups, there's been returns. There's been loads of great moments. Those are a few that come to my mind first of all. But I thought what we got last week was good. Cartwheel by Tank rounds the back crucifix. On his feet. Oh, big chop there by Inamura. Mate, that was big. Slapping him around the head. Over in the corner. Tank in the corner. Inamura and Briggs are in control. Oh, big boot. I mean, it doesn't feel like we're going to get new champs here, does it? Brony said the LFG stuff confuses me. I'm pretty sure everyone on LFG has got an NXT contract, but the prize is the winner gets an NXT contract. Yeah, I think these are all signed talents. I suppose they have got maybe performance center contracts. I don't actually know if there's a difference. There may be. I mean, the PC has grown and evolved so much that back in the day, you used to sign a developmental contract and that would involve you reaching a standard and then going to NXT. Now it might be that you're under a next in line contract or some sort of performance center contract. If you sign an NXT contract, I would imagine that means you're TV ready. You're ready to be shown around the world on NXT. So I wonder if there is actually a step up in contract there now. I don't know. There's been so much development since like TKO came in and Triple H left and Shawn took over and, we changed it to NXT 2.0. We changed it to now, whatever this is, black and silver. The black and silver brand. Shoulder up there by... I wish the ring mat was black. Look how dirty the ring mat is here. I don't know why it's so dirty. But the ring mat is quite dirty. I think this would look quite nice if the ring mat was black like the old NXT. Briggs is in looking for a big boot and he finds it. Big boot by Briggs. He did it. He delivered a big boot. Cover is in. Shoulder is up. I feel bad for the Wyatt 6 fans. All those Easter eggs and hype they've been bust on the main roster. Dark State has had more of a push. Yeah, I think this is just why I can't get enthused. I can't get excited by that kind of glitch and get my hopes up that this is actually going to be something significant. And I wish that wasn't true. Drop kick there. Going for the cover in Amura. 2. Shoulder up. Sexy BJ Ray, said AB. Edward, good night. Okay, right now Inamura grabbing Tank. We've only got about 40 minutes to go. Show has been all right. I think it's had little things that's kind of really kept you engaged, I suppose the thing with this is I really don't expect Tank and Tank to lose here. Oh, big, but I mean, they've got an opportunity. Roll through there, tag being made, in comes Hank. Hank's in, big shot, down goes Inamura, back elbow, down goes Inamura, duck underneath, clothesline. Inamura goes down again. Hank goes back to the corner, charges over, collides into Inamura, picks him up. He's going to look to drive him over the other side. Snake Eyes. Are we going to commercial break? Are we coming back from commercial break? Big boots. We are back from commercial break. Inamura, though, is right on his feet. Forearm shot coming in. Oh, big forearm strike coming back. There's a woman or a guy or there's a person in the crowd that's got a fan. Just fanning themselves. You don't see that in a wrestling crowd, do you? actually fanning themselves. Wonder how humid it is. Ah! Big boot there by Briggs. Look at the size of it. Bang! It's not even wrestling related. It looks like it's got some sort of peacock pattern on. Now we're using it to clap. It's back out again. Oh my God, that's such an 1800s thing. I feel like Queen Victoria would be sat there doing the exact same thing if she was watching. It could at least say NXT. Perhaps they could sell them, NXT fans, for the fans. Going up over in the corner. Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan are the top two guys that are still alive that everyone owes a bit of gratitude to for creating the shiz that we love so much today. Yeah. It's just both of them are determined to make it as difficult as possible for fans to give them that gratitude. But, and Stone Cold. You got to put Stone Cold in the mix as well. Hank and Tank, they're all ready to go, fired up, beginning of the end. Honk, honk. Oh. Oh, mates. Hard into the ring steps too. Inamura, no joy. Oh my God, was that Hank that just went into the shadow realm? Picks him up, boom, planted. Here we go. We're in new champion territory. I don't think it's going to happen, but Inamura, whoa, connects. 1, 2. My God, Hank just makes the save. He was nowhere. Briggs is celebrating. Look at it. That frog splash is amazing. Perfect. The way that he really arches back and everything is perfect. Tank was not kicking out of that. Hank had to make the save. And he only just did it, you know. He goes to the outsides. Great ending. Great ending. Briggs, Inamura, they're looking to put Tank away. I don't think this is going to succeed. Chop to the back. Here we go. Picking him up. Oh, he's just accidentally knocked him down. Miscommunication. Beginning of the end. Champs will retain. Picking him up. Bang! That'll do it. 1, 2, 3. Hank and Tank retain. But are we going to see Briggs and Inamura explode? Yeah, that guy in the crowd was like 1, 2, 3. That simple. Yeah, but is there gonna be a beatdown? That's what I'm looking at. Briggs, Inamura. Coming to blows. There's the tag champs with their tag team championships. Here's Briggs and Inamura. Briggs looking at Inamura. He's looking a little bit angry. No. Oh my God, but we do get Ren, and I love that for us. Love that for us. Here's no quarter catch crew. Oh, I really thought that team was going to split there. Really, in my bones, I felt it. Where's Charlie? You went outside the group. That was weird last week, actually. We've done everything Charlie's ever asked of us. These jackets are quite nice, aren't they? Charles is a complex man. Well, there we go. There we go. The Wyatt Six, the faction, has been off TV for some time due to an undisclosed injury to Uncle Howdy, but the man behind the mask, Bo Dallas, was medically cleared at the end of March. I think it was earlier than the end of March, wasn't it? I don't remember it being that late. I would have thought it was earlier in March, but I would agree with March. Daze, that arena is really hot. It's all black and the lights and the screens are everywhere. It's like a microwave, said Mitchell. Listen, I'm not throwing any shade on the fan. I'm not throwing any shade on the fan with the fan. I, if anything, think that they could make some money out of it. Dun, 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 dun. Right, we are at commercial break. We got 34 minutes to go. Hank and Tank pick up the win, and they retain those NXT Tag Team Championships. I really like the ending to that match. Good ending. Good ending. James said, I'm the bad one for not allowing it through, says James. You are the bad one. Daze, do we think there's a chance Rhea Ripley will be on NXT tonight? Suppose there is a chance, actually. Yeah. I wasn't expecting it, but I suppose there is a chance. We are building to that tag match. Or at least it feels that way. Ninja said, do you miss the pre-Wyatt 6 Nightbird stuff? Yes and no. I think it was brilliant for its time, but I think also there's only so long you can tease stuff. I don't think people want to work stuff out forever, you know? It's kind of like you want to work stuff out to further the story and understand when the group's going to come in, and I think it has a shelf life. And you could make an argument that maybe it even went a touch long, but it was fine. I mean, the reason I say it maybe went a touch long is because we actually went past a lot of big shows where people were like, will they be at that show? Will they be at that show? And they weren't. And eventually, you know, they appeared on a Raw. And, yeah, I mean, it was good. There was some amazing elements. It was a fantastic success. It was really enjoyable. But I think it was done as well. I don't mind going back to something like that. I don't need it right now. It's not like we have to do it every year. But, I don't know. I wouldn't mind going back to it, say, next year. Doing something next year. That'd be all right. I think it's, you know, we did White Rabbit. That was what, 2022? For Bray coming back. Then we did Wyatt 6 in 2024. I don't mind doing something in 2026. But I think you could really overuse it. I really think it's special. I think people have got a affection of it. They enjoyed it. They rate it. But I think you can overdo it. And I think that would be a shame. Daze says, all he needs to have I and James as mods on the channel. You cannot handle being timed out or spoken to not as an equal. It's because you are not. William's gone power mads. William's gone power mads. If you don't like being spoken to as not being an equal, it's because you're not. Where are we? Oh, hello. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? We're in the crowds. Dark State are talking, but where are they? Mate, am I meant to be seeing some sort of promo? Because I'm just looking at the crowds. Yeah, I think that we've got a technical botch here because I've just got a shot of the crowd in the dark. And now we've got that. Well, that was unfortunate, wasn't it? That was unfortunate. Are they going to have to redo that promo now? How are they meant to do that? How are they meant to redo the promo? Oh, well, we got Chase U. Just move on. Just move on. Let's go. Chase U are back. They're back. And we've got a whole new class. It's been 5 months. Yeah, we're talking about where we've been. Let's go. Guys, come on. Yeah, shut up, Chad. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, Chads! You boomer. It feels good. Oh, God, I hate Chads. It would be good if we keep Chad around so we can just keep berating him. That'd be fun. Dub. Chase you, chase you, chase you. Hey, look, here's Kalani. I defended that title every single match. Step up whenever you want. So we got Zarya, we got Sol. Kalani's come to have a words. So Zarya's like, she ain't going to defend her bout against you. If you want to get to Sol, you got to go through me. Okay. Kalani against Zarya. Here's Joe Hendry. What's happening to wrestling? What's happening to wrestling? We've got the We Believe man joining up with the Hong Kong Bros. The Belly Bandits. Is that what they're going to be known as? Is this our main event? It's got to be in it. It's got to be. Here is Roxanne. Roxanne, Giulia versus... Right. What did we think of the glitch on Raw? Do we think Alexa will be returning soon? Are we excited to see her connection with the Wyatt Six, said Jordan? I think the glitch is interesting. I think it's definitely worth being aware of. I didn't find myself like losing my mind over it. I just said actually not long ago, I wish I could, but I just think there's been so many false dawns. There's been so many times where there's been a tease and nothing has come of it. I mean, I sort of look at that and I'm like, it could be the start of something, but equally, it could just be a glitch. So yeah, I sort of go, okay, I'm aware of it. Let's see if we get something similar next week, or let's see what happens next week. I mean, ideally, I'd like something on Friday, of course. But really, I can't do a great deal with it apart from just acknowledge it, park it, and that's it. I certainly don't look at it and think, yes, it's 100% them, and yes, it's definitely them coming back. I don't feel that way about it. But again, that might be because there's been so many false dawns. So I acknowledge it, and I look forward to seeing what's next. Mackenzie said the VIP lounge girl is in Chase U. No! Is she? Oh, God, no. I hate that girl. Oh, God. Hello, Cardi. Yeah. Yeah. I need that Cardi B WWE crossover merch. Yeah. You know how they do that? No one had better try me. Bang! I need that WWE Cardi B. I don't know why I'm doing that. I need that crossover merch. Brrr. Yeah. Meow. Whatever. I don't know. Yeah. With the WAP. And all that. Give them the tag titles, said Robbie. Watch the glitch beat. Completely irrelevant, said James. It could be. I do think it is interesting, though, how it was normal, and then it glitched, and then it went back to being normal, all whilst Logan was walking backstage. But, again, like, I don't know. I don't even know why it would do that. I can't remember if I said in Unseen or where, but I was like, you would imagine they would just have it as a still image. Like, I could, on my phone right now, get that graphic and write text on, and it would all be one graphic. Why was it a graphic with text kind of overlaid? Why was it done that way? Why does the text need to be applied that way? Why was it not just a graphic? Why that information doesn't need to change? So I don't know. It does seem a little strange, but I don't know. I suppose part of that attitude that I have of, you know, not being disappointed when they're not on the show. I suppose the counter side to that is equally I can't get enthusiastic when there's a little something and we don't know if it's connected. It's just me being honest. It's just me being brutally honest. Days, I went to Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago to see some animals. Carmen, what animals did you see? Were they fighting? Did you see 100 men against a gorilla? Please respond. I think the glitch was just a glitch, said Duran. You could be correct. You could be correct. Right, we are just at commercial break. We've got 22 minutes to go. In the words of So Solid Crew, we got 21 minutes to go. Big Time Baxter said, Days, it's been a pretty enjoyable NXT. A little light on match quality, but several talking points. Well, actually, I've still not done the thing for that last match, have I? I don't think I did one for the Hank and Tank match. Hank and Tank. Let's go all time. Let's go all time. Great. Goods and bads. There we go. Let's go. Opala said, I don't have a problem with authority. I have a problem with people split on my character. Have we got drama? Is drama playing out? Potterdale said, could 100 gorillas defeat one Ryback? That's a great question. That is a great question. Nikita has had 2 careers, wrestling or OnlyFans or both, said Ninja. It's just not clicking for Nikita, is it? It's just not clicking. Alex said, lovely choice, Austin. Feed me more, said Dr. Lucciolano. Saturday night's main event. Dun-dun. I love that music, man. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. We've got some new legends we can use as well, haven't we? We could get Demolition involved. Imagine that. Right, we got a graphic. Number 1 contenders, Battle Royal. And there are some LFG talent involved in that as well. And we've got Sean Legacy. Isn't that Sean Legacy at the front? And Swipe Right. LFG, Evolve, NXT. We've got a mixture of talent. We've also got Kalani Zarya next week. Defcon said, today I got Muta, top pick CM Punk, and Ron Simmons. I think, does that Ron Simmons come with the WCW Heavyweight Championship? Lovely. If so, there's not. I'm not sure if there's any other figures that have come with that belt. Dark State against Hank and Tank and Joe Hendry next week. Joe Hendry being on this show is, well, I would think helpful. I mean, he seems to, have a big following. Here's, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, we got Joe Hendry. Here's Jordan Grace. Dun, dun, dun. Here she is. Here she is. Mate, imagine being in that room. Oh, my God. Fresh off her victory at WrestleMania. And now here she is in a room of a few hundred people. NXT is the best in it. It's the best. Imagine being in that crowd. And literally, like a week or so ago, she's in front of 60-odd thousand. Iyo, 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 Iyo. Dun, 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 bum, bum, bum. Iyo does feel like a big star now, said Brony. Damage Control was holding her back. Yeah, I mean, I think Damage Control is a great way of bringing her in. But Damage Control holding her back, I agree with. But I think... Yeah. Meiko Satomura. Meiko Satomura gets a mention on NXT. Right, we've got Iyo, we've got Jordan. Clothesline, we are underway. Let's get rid of this poll so we don't get confusion. 57, 27, 10, and 3. This match is probably going to go about 15 minutes, and there'll be a post-match angle. Okay, we've got Iyo on Roxanne in the corner. Going up, and double knees. Double knees there by Iyo. Iyo scooping up Roxanne. Shot to the back there by Roxanne. Giulia, Roxanne, obviously, working together. Iyo against the rope, stuck underneath. Lovely, 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 lovely. Iyo doing Iyo things. She points over at Jordan. Tag mates. Iyo just seems to be enjoying herself so much. She's on the shoulders of Jordan. She goes up, comes crashing down. Lands on top of Roxanne. Going for the pin. 2. Io's like, you have the pin, mate. I don't need it. Roxanne makes the tag. In comes Giulia. Days I went to Shea-Bands, Illinois to see Southland Wrestling. Days I saw lions, seals, polar bears, fish, meerkats, giraffes, zebras, flamingos, ducks, rhinos, monkeys, gorillas, crocodiles, hippo. Jesus, that's a good zoo. If you go to a zoo in the UK, you'll see rats and a couple of insects. And crying children. Wondering where all the real animals are. Actually, I think London Zoo's meant to be crazy, but... Oh, that was nice. 1, 2. A gutbuster of sorts, says Vic. Jordan turns on Iyo. We get Stephanie, Rhea, Iyo against Giulia, Jordan, and Roxy. That would be my fantasy booking, says Mitchell. Mitchell, shout out to you. Could go that way. Face first, Jordan in the corner. Boot into the midsection. Alex said, definitely Asuka is arguably my favourite women's wrestler next to Jordan, so I want nothing but success for her when she returns, says Alex. We are an Asuka stand-up. Definitely, I love Asuka. I sort of feel like Iyo has built on what Asuka did, really. Asuka had that amazing unbeaten streak, but main roster-wise, I mean, Asuka's never won at WrestleMania. I don't think she's ever won at WrestleMania, but like she's never had that moment that Iyo had. She did win the Rumble, and she did face Charlotte at WrestleMania, but she lost. So, yeah, I sort of feel like Iyo, and she's still, you know, so early into her main roster run. Feels like she's going to build on the foundations that Asuka put in place for Japanese women. Iyo just kind of gives Jordan a little kick there, like just will you get out of the way a second, would you? Flippin' love it when she does this. That's the best. That is the best. Actually, no, it's the second best. It's the second best pose. Yeah, second best. I do like Ricky's like that, but that's not the best. That's second best, and we all know. That's the best. Jasmine, Nick saying, come here to the camera. Camera gets close, she goes, go away. That's the best. But that's second best. And there are no other correct answers. And don't even bother giving me yeet. I don't mind it, but it ain't that. Oh! Iyo goes to the outside with Jordan. Yeah. That's really good, Dr. Luchalala. I'd love, actually, imagine Iyo doing that on a shirt. WWE shop. WWE shop, please. Iyo doing that. Yeah? Don't ruin it by putting loads of text all over it and everything. Keep it simple, right? If you have to put your blooming logo on the sleeve, then whatever. But keep it nice and simple. Do it. Do it. Make yourself some money, yeah? Make yourself some money. I'll buy one. How about that? Well, let me see it first, because you'll probably botch it, but... big open palm coming in there by Giulia. Daze Chicago has got another zoo called Brookfield Zoo. It's located in Brookfield, Illinois. The world's first animated show. Is it, what's it called? Lenticular, where you can kind of go from like side to side and it would move. You could have a lenticular thing. The only problem with that is it doesn't look very good on a shirt. It's too stiff and rigid, so you might have to just go like with a pose. She can't do it. Just do it. I want that shirt now. Kick out. It's been a while since she's had a great match, said Austin. Who's this? I think Asuka's best matches are behind her. She was my queen during the pandemic. Do you know what? It could be injury and stuff, couldn't it? I don't think we really understand how much these injuries affect the wrestlers. Bailey actually said that in the interview with Chris Van Vliet. She said that people don't, to this day, understand what she went through with that injury. And I don't think she was saying it in a dramatic way, like, you just don't know, man. But I think genuinely she can't move the same now. I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe even a little bit of doubt that she was going to make it back at all. So, yeah, I think Bayley really went through it in that injury, and I don't think she's the same woman that she was before it. And I wonder if the same is true of some of Asuka's injuries. I don't know what she's going to come back like. Oh, back elbow there by Roxanne. We're into the final 10. Shoulder up, kick out. William, shout out to you. I own some Papa Tui products. They're actually really great, said AB. I could believe that. I could believe that Papa Tui is really good. Slap coming in there by Giulia. Oh, pulling back on the arms. Here's Giulia and Iyo. Ah, Giulia stomping Iyo down. I need this as a singles match. I mean, it's fine as a little tag thing, but I need it as a singles match. Giulia goes outside the ring. Roxanne comes in. She kicks in at Iyo. Jordynne Grace is on the outside. Elbow there by Iyo. And again, Iyo going around the back of Roxanne. Roxanne getting around the back of Iyo. Trying to pick Iyo up. Rolling through. Going up. Looking for the stomp. Gets it. Gets it, mate. Gets it. Stomps down. And going over, throwing in a forearm strike. Oof, backbreaker. Going down again. Both women are down. Tag being made. Oh, shoulder tackle. Jordynne Grace is in. Picking up jaw. Excellent. Oh, look at her. She's the juggernaut. The juggernaut going cray-cray. She's got Roxanne on her shoulders. She knocks Giulia down. Death Valley driver. Back elbow there to Giulia. She grabs Giulia. Giulia gets thrown into Roxanne. I find that... okay. 1, 2... Logistically, I'm trying to think, like... So she threw her in. She grabbed her. She ended up picking up both. Why would Giulia hold on to Roxanne? I suppose to try and prevent it, but... Jordynne was just so strong, she actually managed to pick them both up. Very fast-paced. Again. Smashing her into the corner. Iyo coming in. Ah, stomp coming in. Down went Giulia. 1, 2. Should that have been a 3? Real close. We'll give them benefit of the doubt, but I bet the replay might show that that might have been a 3. Roxanne making the save. Jordynne down. Iyo down. Giulia down. Bodies are everywhere. There is Giulia over by the ropes. NXT chants. Okay, Iyo is back up on her feet. She's trying to get the crowd fired up. Charges over. Double knees. Into Giulia. She's going to go up for the moonsault. Oh, Roxanne catches up. Roxanne going up. Roxanne, lovely. Tag being made. Giulia coming in. Roxanne, drop kick. Jordynne to the outsides. Headbutt there. Kick coming in. She's in trouble. Picking her up on the shoulders. They're trying to put Iyo away. Spinning around. Driving her down. Yeah, Jordan's going to make the save, though. Nice springboard moonsault. Going for the pin. 2. And Jordan does make the save. Jordan does make the save. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Swing and a minute. Whoa, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Swing and Giulia bending backwards, avoiding being hit. Big boot coming in. Back elbow misses. Down she goes. She's got a hold of gets driven into the side of the ring. And again, she goes down. They're rolling around on the floor at the moment. Things are breaking down. Roxanne screams out. That's just going to leave Roxanne and Iyo is it in the ring. There's Iyo. Roxanne round the back of Iyo. We've got about 4 minutes to go. 1, 2, no joy. Roll up by Iyo. 1, 2, no joy. Going round. Look at that. She's got her all tied up. Whoa, lovely. And Bridges. 1, 2. Excellent work. 1, 2. She can't get it. Toe to toe. Open palm strike. Yeah, that's a great spot. That open palm is brilliant. How she delivers it and kind of parades around with her arms still in the air. Like, look what I just did. Knee to the heads. Kick coming in there by Roxanne. Another big kick coming in. Fast-paced. Great strikes. Great reversals. Roxanne against the ropes. Going over Pop Rocks. No! Flips over! Sick! That's sick! Oh, mate. Now she's going for the moonsault. Iyo up top. Brilliant action. Brilliant. 1, 2, 3. Iyo gets it. The finishing sequence to that match is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. A lot of the big choreographed moments that are in there, and they're in loads. There's a few little moments that are a little bit, like, you know, they don't quite connect. I don't know if they made the save before the 3 count, for example. You know, there's a few bits in there that are spots for the sake of spots. But the finishing sequence is incredible. And the match itself is brilliant. Oof. Yeah. That was great. Very, very good. I mean, easily the best match since that TLC on Friday. Iyo and Jordan. I don't want to overdo that, but I do love that. Okay. Oh, yeah, Stephanie was backstage. Ava, I'm ready. Okay. Okay. Jordan or Giulia next week? So Jordan or Giulia next week, winner will face Stephanie at Battleground. Are we going to get like some in the closing sequence here? Iyo in the ring? Maybe not. Perhaps we're just going to end with her celebrating. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. She deserves her flowers. Give her her flowers. Give her all the flowers. Yeah, she does feel like a really big star now. The thing with Iyo before was there was a bit of a language barrier. I think she had her spots. I think like she was a heel. I don't know. It was a weird one. Like she was great in ring, but there was just some barriers. You know, it's hard to put into words what those barriers were. I think the language barrier was one. I think sharing the spotlight with Bayley and Dakota and having all the other girls around obviously meant it was less spotlight on her. So I do think being in Damage Control was a barrier. But, you know, she continues to put on great matches. She continues to build that kind of support amongst the fans. And look at her now. Look at her now. She really feels like a big deal. I mean, it helps that she's got the flipping Women's World Championship on her shoulder, but she really feels like a big deal. Because she is a big deal. It wasn't that long ago that she was regarded as one of the best women's wrestlers in the world. And I think she's never really dropped away from that. But I think she probably did drop down the pecking order a little bit. Right now, I don't know where you would put her. I wonder if she's right back up in contention in that sort of top 3. There's some amazing talent in Stardom. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know everyone in Stardom. But I don't know. Certainly from a WWE perspective, I think she is the woman right now. I think she is the woman. She feels like a big, big star. And you know what? I love that for her. Daze, does McDonald's in the UK sell sweet tea? Well, it sells tea. I don't know what you mean by sweet tea. I can bring up the menu. Let's have a look together, shall we? McDonald's. We'll be right back. Oh, am I still flipping frozen? Oh my God, look at me. Look at me. I've got to fix this. We've got to fix this. Am I savable over here? Oh my God. I don't know how to fix. I don't know how to get me. I don't know where I can get me. God, this is annoying. I don't know why the camera does this. Well, anyway, forget me. Let's have a look at what's on screen. I'm not here. Forget me. I'll just speak. What's new? This is what's new. A McCrispy Barbecue Smokehouse. Do you have these in America? These kind of like American-themed burgers. I mean, this is like a Philly cheese stack, which is sort of obviously, you know, based on a Philly cheese. So that's a limited burger. McCrispy Barbecue Smokehouse. Limited time only. Wraps. What else have we got? Chili. I've never seen that before. A chili. I've never seen that. I'll definitely try that. I've never seen chili be used at McDonald's before. That's new. I mean, I tried this the other day. I didn't rate it. Raspberry and white chocolate. Didn't rate it. Looks interesting, but I didn't rate it. Apple cake. What the hell's apple cake? Apple cake McFlurry. I don't know what apple cake is. Like an apple pie. Don't know. That's new. This is all new, by the way. But what was your question? It was on drinks, wasn't it? Drinks. Iced latte, Fanta Coke, Diet Coke, Oasis, Sprite Coke, Shamrock Shake. Never had that. Iron Brew, banana milkshake, vanilla milkshake, strawberry chocolate, frozen, strawberry lemonade, mango. Is there a hot drinks? Where's the hot drinks? Milkshakes and cold drinks. Yeah, I don't want that. I want hot drinks. Oh, McCaff. Toffee latte, flat white, cappuccino, Americano, latte, white chocolate, espresso single, hot chocolate, iced latte, tea. No, doesn't look like there's a sweet tea. I mean, there's a tea. And you could make it sweet by putting sugar in it. But I don't know if sweet tea is like a separate thing. So we don't have sweet tea. Wraps and salads. No one's interested in salads. Burgers. Here we go. Philly cheese stack. McCrispy. Big Mac. McPlant. McSpicy. Double quarter pounder with cheese. Quarter pounder with cheese. Filet-O-Fish. Vegetable deluxe. McChicken sandwich. McCrispy. The chili double cheeseburger, which I've never heard of. Triple cheeseburger. I don't know how long that's been around. I've never had it. I would try it. Bacon mayo. Double cheeseburger. Bacon double cheeseburger. Mayo. Cheeseburger hamburger. I mean, like, there's probably differences, but I'm guessing it's largely the same. Breakfast menu, for anyone interested. This is what you can get from a UK McDonald's. I mean, there's videos on this, isn't there, on the channel, so I'm probably not showing you anything you don't know. Sharers, chicken box, chicken selects. I feel like McDonald's has changed quite a bit since I was a kid. There certainly was not all these burgers when I was a kid. When I was a kid, quarter pounder, Filet-O-Fish, hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, quarter pounder, Filet-O-Fish. That was it, really. That was it. There wasn't a McPlant. There wasn't a McSpicy. There wasn't a McCrispy. There wasn't a Philly cheesesteak. There wasn't double quarter pounders. There wasn't I don't think there was a McChicken. There wasn't a vegetable deluxe. I've never even seen a chili double cheeseburger. So there might have been a mayo chicken and there might have been a double cheeseburger, but I feel like they got introduced after I was a kid. What else have we got? Everyone's probably left, but it's probably just me talking to myself. And I can't even do that because I'm not even here on camera. McFlurries, Oreo, Maltesers, Smarties, and whatever apple cake is. I don't even know what that is. Chocolate brownie, mixed berry muffin. Shamrock shake I thought was just an American thing. I still don't know what it is. Peppermint. Ugh, that doesn't even sound nice. Chocolate, vanilla, blah, 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 blah. But there you go. There you go. We've had a real journey there, haven't we, people? McPlant is horrible. I had one and never again, said Blake. Mackie D fries are good, said William. We've got Big Mac, said Blue Whale Sonic. Yeah, I think that's probably around the world. It's probably a staple around the world. I did see a video where someone went into McDonald's in Japan and they had some really wacky stuff. Stuff we didn't have. Afro Soul said, you're the sweet tea days. Thank you, my friend. That's right. If you go into McDonald's and order a sweet tea, they'll give you a normal tea and me. I come and sit with you whilst you drink it. It's a good deal. Not for me. McDonald's fries are overrated, said Austin. WrestleRant said, UK's Mackie D's has got some wild items that I've definitely never heard of or seen. Oh, really? Do you know, it's funny. I think when I went to America, I felt that way about America. But, like, in the 2000s. But I feel like our menu has got so much bigger in recent years. Like, past 15 years or so, I feel like our menu has really grown. So now we've got loads of just extra bits now. So, I honestly, I don't know how it compares to other countries. But, yeah, that's pretty standard. That's pretty what we get. Just to let you know, I'm going to be at SmackDown on Friday, said Matteo. Oh, Matteo, have a good time, dudes. Blake said, I prefer Wendy's. We don't have many Wendy's. We've never had Wendy's, but they are starting to open. There are currently 44 in the whole of the UK, which is not that many, is it really? It sounds a lot. But it's not that many if you think about how big the UK is. I mean, imagine if there was only 44 in all of Florida. You'd probably say that's not that many. Certainly not when you look at, like, God only knows how many McDonald's there are, or KFCs, or Burger Kings, or Starbucks, or, you know. But, like, Taco Bell and Wendy's... We don't really have those. Do you know, I only found out the other day there's a Denny's in Wales. I would have said there was no Denny's, but apparently there are a couple of Denny's in the UK. Didn't even know. Never seen them. Apparently there's only a few. But we don't have Waffle House. I would say we don't have Denny's. We don't have Olive Garden. We don't have... What else don't we have? Sonic's. We don't have In-N-Out Burger. We don't really have Taco Bell, but more have opened in recent years. Wendy's feels like they're coming over a little bit more. We don't have Dairy Queen. We have McDonald's, Burger King, KFC. They're the big three. But, you know, every town has got, like, a fish and chip shop. Every town has got a place where you could get kebab. So there's lots of that. Every place has got a Domino's. Loads of Domino's. Every place has got a Chinese restaurant where you can get Chinese foods. Indian restaurant where you can get Indian food. So I feel like every town, you know, not far from me, I can go to a fish shop to get like fish and chips or sausage and chips or kebab meat. You know, the thing that goes on the spins round and they like shave it. That's everywhere in the UK. Always has been. There's a Chinese takeaway. There's an Indian restaurant that do takeaway. There's a Domino's. There's pubs. There's loads of pubs. Do you know there's like something crazy, like, I can't remember the exact stat, but something like 400 pubs close a month or something like this. It's mental. There's like 40,000 pubs in the UK. I mean, there's pubs everywhere. There's about 4 in the local town. Just pubs where you can go and have a pint and sit down. So there's loads of those. Loads of pubs. Domino's, Chinese, Indian, McDonald's. There is KFC, but there's not one round by me. There is Burger King, but there's not one round by me. We do have Subway, but there's not one round by me. But they're everywhere. So, yeah, but that's what you get a lot of in the UK. You don't really get anything else. Kebabs aren't common at all. I'm in the US, they're prehistoric. Really? I don't know if you've seen that chicken shop date, but like that's kind of a place. I mean, this is everywhere. This kind of place is everywhere. You go in, you see the meat at the back there. Look, there's a guy actually cutting it. So you would go in, they would come up to you and go, "What do you want?" And you'd be like, "Fish and chips." So they go and do it, whatever. If you want like kebabs, they do burgers, stuff like that. So the dude, they've got the meat at the back. The dude will cut it. If you want kebab meat, he'll cut it and put it in a naan bread. Put like salad on and sauce. Give him some chips. You end up with something along these lines. This is the kind of thing, and this is everywhere in the UK. I tell you what, if you've been on a night out, right, in a city, and you're still in the city centre, you will walk past places like this. Look, Kebab House, Kebab and Burger, Kebab House, that are going to be open till the early hours. Kebabs, burgers, chicken. And that girl that does chicken shop dates, she kind of goes in and does her interviews in these type of places. And they're everywhere. Everywhere. Every town, every city. You will not struggle to find a place like this where you can get that food. Yeah, big on a night out, that. On the east coast of the USA, McDonald's uses a lot of salt in their fries. How about your McDonald's? Oh, yeah. I think McDonald's fries are always known for being very, very salty. I think that's part of the charm of them, actually. You wouldn't want to consume that on a regular basis, but I think that salt makes you quite dry. And then, of course, like when you have a drink, that's quite satisfying. I think when you have food, you want to have like a flavor. You want to feel something. You want to taste something. And I think with the chips, it is a very salty taste because they just, constantly are putting salt on, aren't they? So yeah, it is. They are salty, but I think they're sort of known to be that way. It sounds like Peterborough is the city to go to. We've got a McDonald's, a KFC, a Burger King, a Wendy's, a Five Guys, a Taco Bell, and even German kebabs. You've got the full set. Yeah, I think you will find that in a lot of bigger places. In towns like where I am, I live like a little bit out from Market Drayton. We don't have a lot of those. We don't have a Five Guys or a Wendy's or a Taco Bell, but the bigger place like a Peterborough, or maybe if you're in a Bolton or maybe Birmingham or something like that, you would probably find all those places in those bigger places. But in your average town, you're only going to have a few of those things. But everyone's going to have a pizza place. Everyone's going to have an Indian. Everyone's going to have a Chinese. Everyone's going to have a fast food restaurant of some description. Probably a McDonald's. There's definitely more McDonald's than Burger Kings or, I'd say even Subways. Can you look up Cracker Barrel, Old Country Store, see what they're like? Yeah, I know them. I've never been into one, but I am aware of them as a restaurant chain. It's very homely, isn't it? Like it's very nicely done. I always think like meatloaf. Kind of, yeah, like big piles of beans and shrimp and stuff like that. We don't have Cracker Barrel. We don't have this over here. I'm sure there are places. There'll be places that might do a similar type of food, a similar type of thing, but yeah. Yeah, there might be some places that, but I can't really think of a chain, to be honest with you, that would do something like that over here in the UK. Mac and cheese and all of that. Corn and... So we've got places like Harvester, which might be the closest I could think of there. You need to get a Whataburger. That's a great place, said Austin. Yeah, we don't have those. We don't have Whataburger over here. But I've heard of Whataburger. Waffle House, we don't have them. Or at least I don't believe we have them. William, good night, buds. Waffle House do not operate in the UK. So no Waffle Houses. Look up Buc-ee's. Okay. I do need to go. I do need to go, kids. But I will do this. I will look up Buc-ee's. Oh, is this not a restaurant? What is this? What is it? Garage or... What is it? First visit to Buc-ee's. Oh, I think we've looked at this before. It is a garage. But it's got like a massive like shop connected with it. Yeah, I think we have looked at this before. Yeah, that is crazy. We don't have anything like this. This is like you do your grocery shopping there, couldn't you? It's like your one-stop shop, really. I mean, it's weird because I can't quite work out if this is like a supermarket that just has petrol pumps as well, because we have those. You can go to our big grocery stores like Tesco, Asda, they all have petrol pumps. So I can't quite work out if this is a supermarket that also does petrol, or is it a petrol garage that also does groceries? Like, I don't know which one is the priority, or perhaps they're not. Perhaps they're both the priority. You see, over here, we have petrol garages, and then you go in and the shop's quite small, right? Or you can go to one of our massive grocery stores, like a Tesco, like an Asda, like a Morrison's, which would be your sort of Walmart, right? Whole Foods type thing. We've got Tesco, Asda, Morrison's, those kind. We've got Aldi and Lidl as well. And all of those, not Aldi and Lidl, but Morrison, Sainsbury's, Tesco, all of those, they do petrol as well. Gas. They do gas. But it is just like, do you know what I mean? 6 pumps at the side. It's not like the major focus. This one feels like the petrol is a major focus for this bookies. So I don't know which is first. I've got a Cracker Barrel in my hometown of Hammond, Indiana. Let's go. Yes. Come on. Mike said, I'd love to see some guests on the stream like Maven or Stevie Richards. No. It's not what we focus on, to be honest. I tend to focus on fans, fan theory, thoughts, conversation, rather than sitting down and talking to wrestlers. To be honest with you, there's people that do that better than I would. Chris Van Vliet's awesome at it. And I don't know. It's just never been a focus for me. It's never been something that I've ever chased or pursued or even kind of felt a need to do. I mean, I think there could be some interesting conversations that come out of it. But as I said, I think Chris Van Vliet does an excellent job. And I'm sure there's others as well that do excellent jobs. So I sort of feel like one lesson that I learned ages ago was that when you do YouTube, and some free advice, right? Not just YouTube, but any content creation stuff, you have to really focus on something. So for us, we do streams, we do unseens, and really anything else like the occasional toy hunt or whatever it might be is that it's extra, it's additional, it's, you know, it's a bonus ball. But you have to really kind of dial into something. If you spread yourself too thin doing like, you could do an interview and people could like it, and so then they subscribe. But of course they're subscribing because they want to see more interviews. And if you don't have any plans to do any more interviews, you're going to upset those people. And so those people might end up unsubscribing and you're not really giving them the content they're looking for. So it's one of those, isn't it? If you do it, you got to do it on a regular basis. You can't just do the odd little thing here or there. No, I got no desire to bring that to the channel. So I know what we're focused on. The community. Brony said, I want Lars Sullivan. Well, I hope you get him. Right, we're done. And I'm going to run away because I need to do review and unseen and all of that stuff. So thanks a lot for joining us as always. Appreciate it. The score has come in. 57% great, 22% good, 18% all-time, 2% bad. So, yeah, as I said earlier, obviously fully expect to be around tomorrow. I don't expect there to be any drama there. But there is a little bit of drama in my life with my dad retiring or potentially retiring. So you might have to just bear with me a little bit if anything comes of that, because he might retire tomorrow and then he might have literally a few days to just get his stuff and get things sorted. It's not like leaving a job and just walking out. Like, he lived there during the week, and like, do you know what I mean? It's not an easy one for him to just get up and go. So I don't know. We'll have to see what comes of that. There might be a bit of disruption. Hopefully, if there is any disruption, it will just be this weekend, and we might not do anything this weekend. So I'm going to say to him, if it does go through tomorrow, I'm free Saturday, Sunday if you need me for 2 days. But we'll have to wait and see on that front. I really don't know what's happening there, and neither does he, so we'll find out more tomorrow. But yeah, I expect to be back tomorrow with Evolve. I expect to be back tomorrow with the member stream. And I expect to be here on Thursday, and I certainly expect to be here on Friday for SmackDown, so don't you worry about that. Even if he does need my help, I'll find a way of still doing SmackDown, so we'll definitely find a way of being here for that. But yeah, just to give you a heads up. So there we go. Thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.